Dab us.
Dab?
I'm dabbing you.
Okay, I'm dabbing you back. What do you want?
Hell yeah. Dude.
Oh, dude.
It's with your boat shoes.
The boat shoes.
I'm wearing my fucking
Your salmon.
low tops right now.
Your salmon-colored shorts.
No
White.
salmon.
White polo shirt. Ralph Lauren.
I left those at home. I'm not gonna lie. They're actually in the clothes hamper right now.
I have a pair of salmon-colored shorts. They're probably my favorite shorts.
I technically I have a pair of salmon-colored gym shorts. I do.
When we meet up, we all have to have like the same like outfit and just go somewhere.
Damn, Daniel.
Salmon color shorts or pink of any kind, beige or neutral gray, black, blue button up.
Con, I have my polo on right now. It's just I don't have the salmon polo on right now.
I don't own a salmon polo. Yeah. That's the only problem. I've only got the salmon. Like,
I haven't worn a polo, and I don't even think I have a polo.
Dude, I wear nothing but polos. What do you mean?
I have a few button-ups, but I'm not that.
Yeah, exclusive. I mean I have button-ups, but I don't have any t-shirt polo shirts.
Polo shirts and button-ups are like the only two shirts that I really wear.
I mostly wear like I'll wear like a t-shirt or a long sleeve shirt, and then I'll wear like a light jacket over it.
Like my graphic tees.
Dog ate my homework.
Rather be gaming.
I paused my game for this.
Oh man.
Me actually IRL explaining my like I need a room here because I gotta play D&D.
Literally me right now because I'm pausing my game for this.
I paused my game for this.
Fucking facts. But anyone wants to pitch into the recap may, and it is no stress.
Okay. Oh man, hold on. Let me orient myself. I know where we are right now. I'm just trying to think. How did we get here?
Carefully.
Bet you're wondering how we got here.
As a unit.
Yes, we did get here as a unit. Well, let's start backwards. Right now, where we're at is the Tremere Chantry. We came here to speak with Uxia about the ongoing investigation regarding the secret Methuselah. So far, we've spoken to her about strange behaviors from the other members on the Primogen Council, where so far we're getting some pretty strong leads back towards the Gangrel. The Gangrel Myrmidon, especially, seems to be kind of popping up more often than not. Unlike the other responses, Uxia has not exactly pointed out towards the Malkavians as being strange, but she seems to think that there's at least a pattern, or at least some sort of hedgeable bet to have. So Gangrel, I believe, is like her biggest one with oddities. Who is the other? Not from the Bruja. I think the Ventrue was the other big one from her.
I concur.
Classic.
Yeah, and no, I agree. Thankfully, we got rid of all those bad actors that were holding up the true progress of the Ventrue board. So, while we're here, we also have Henry Malden, who is our, I won't say co-conspirator. More like
he's one of the good ones,
I
swear, because he tells us it.
Exactly, the good Salubri. The one good Salubri.
Believe him with little evidence to say otherwise.
Exactly. Because he's the good one.
Yeah, when we
Alright.
believe him.
What are you guys talking about? I looked into his face and I don't know why, but I'm talking like this now. I totally don't have permanent brain damage from being dominated 18 times.
No, that's just what he sounds like. He's always sounded like that, right, everybody?
Agility 1. Or Dexterity 1.
Agility.
So, also going to check in with Shumut while we're here. This conclave that we're at, sort of, I guess not really a conclave, is a gathering of all the Tremere within the city of Arkham to usher in a new era of unity and peace and prosperity and security for one house. Because, I don't know, I think they've just put aside their differences or something. Tremere working together, what the hell? Prior to this, what were we doing prior to this?
I dominated all of you. I fucked you. I
That
seconded all of you.
is a good point. That didn't happen, but we did uncover some additional memories that may have been covered up from prior uses of Dominate. To which Khan's story-wide antagonist is in fact a Banu Haqim, as well as a member of the Bahari. Kind of fucked up. But was totally dominated by his sire for totally good reasons. It was for you, bro. I have also revealed some other memories of my own back from the Methuselah incident of 1918.
Why do you continuously
play up just how awesome I was in the Methuselah incident of 1918?
No,
it's also a bit back at you.
I mean, you searched your own memories. That's
Yeah,
how that went.
Yeah, I did. Because I went back in my memoriam and I needed to be prompted, of course. Thank you for prompting me just a little bit to give me the full range of memories, but
I'll dominate you again, motherfucker.
Anyway, really nothing changed. It was just worse. It was just worse than how I thought it was.
Worse?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
More people were dying at a greater rate, but these things happen. Afterwards, I think that's when we went to the Tremere, right?
Yeah,
I
there
feel
was
like
there was a bit
Boom
more
did have a middle-
conversation. You could potentially nitpick if you really wanted to, but that was
Of
the
course.
main thing.
Tom has not been under the effect of Dominate at all, but did reveal that he is in fact one of those Liger people.
He did get dominated, but
He did get dominated, but yeah, there was no changes to his memory as an effect of Dominate in the past.
But a worse sin has been committed by him.
Being born.
Taking up the office of Knight under false pretenses.
What do you mean under false pretenses? I'm still a caitiff.
And I will declare you as a Samitsi before the prince. Mark my words.
Dude, this Liger people oppression is kind of fucked up. Am I right, my fellow high clans? This is kind of whack.
It is kind of whack.
I look around. I'm waiting for a fucking Jackie to wave his hand towards me to come over, and then go, yeah, that shit's whack.
I know that Dom has, or not Dom, sorry. Boom has had his side conversation. The plan is going forward so far with getting to Carl correct I do remember that part. But I think that's it.
He also fucked Helena.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, of course. Annabelle in the
take a
middle.
letter.
Thank you.
No problem.
I have some
There were
video
words
games
that-
to return.
Al Capone, perhaps, is a growing discussion topic regarding the kindred of Chicago. God, my fucking resist dice really sucked ass on that one. I wasn't trying though.
Yeah, that just means they'll be better some other time. You're just getting the bad ones out of the way.
I had to get the bad ones out of the way. I rolled just 2 like back to back. So I had to roll them out until I started getting like 6 consistently. That's
I
at
think
least
we
like
just-
statistically average.
Come to the conclusion that Jackie just likes to be mind
maybe.
fucked.
He likes
by
to be
women.
dominated.
By
He likes
women.
being gaslit by women.
The
By women.
ladies. Pardon me if I may say, Annabelle, but I got it on tape.
My, Annabelle, I'm so glad that you decided to let them dogs out. Let them
Oh, no!
From memory, dude. Jesus Christ. God damn. Holy shit.
Oh, man.
Indeed. Well, there were still conversation topics to happen here and elsewhere, but that's a good recap. +1 success for the group when asked for. But the main conversation topics have been carried out. People are going about this business and they will start to filter out. So you can approach anyone who you might like to do any sort of conspiracy or conspiring with, if I can talk right. Or peace out if you've got other things to do with your night. It's probably about 11 p.m., so you've got the rest of this night, a little more than half, and all of the next night.
I have a small question.
Sure.
Where's Henry Malden on this list? Right here. Okay.
Yep. You're right there.
I'm gonna go dab up my boy Bloodfucker, that's for sure.
Sure.
What's up, Assamite?
What's up, my ass, mate?
Yeah. Anything in particular, or
good?
just paying the respect?
He wasn't at the
Werewolf thing? Yeah, you were.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was.
Does he look any worse for wear?
You had some time to heal, so he did too. He was probably looking not super great,
Mm-hmm.
but he wasn't as bad as some of the other people. He didn't take any of the big damage. There was one event that I rolled where everybody took a little passive damage, but it wasn't a big deal. It was that crit with the earth,
Oh,
the shatter, earth
Arun.
shock, whatever, the crash down with the crash down, because that's basically what that attack was. Someone got a crit. It was a crash down attack, so he took a little bit, but not much.
okay. I was actually going to ask him how he and Elometrics are more so, I guess, himself, how he's adjusting slightly to the anarchs and the like.
Sure. Do you actually hit him up with the Assamite, or?
I will hit him up as a meme.
He will punch you in the stomach. And not even because of a Tremere reaction, but he will say something to the tune of, If a name's gonna leave your mouth, make it one worth saying. Don't say stupid shit. Names are important. Not caring that you're a primogen and he has just struck you, even if it's not serious. Like, literally, like, you take half, you probably don't take any damage, but...
No, I'd take the playful hit. I will,
Yeah, we're in the Chantry, dude. We can do what the fuck we want. This is our territory. Bitch.
Yeah, and you look over and Sleepy is fucking punching me in the stomach, just back to back.
And
I
Jackie's
take
saying,
my
lower,
life.
lower,
Armstrong.
lower, lower.
Headbutt me,
Present
headbutt me,
you.
headbutt me. Lower, lower. Open your mouth, open your mouth.
Headbutt, headbutt.
Present to you a Samitsi. Sick 'em.
No, I will probably just keep the playful tone up, basically, though. I will ask him how,
Yeah, how things have been. He'll reply with,
how Goratrix is, basically.
I'm not the best person to ask.
That's why I asked
I'm
you.
I'm the shadow in the house of the Goratrix. I'm more hound than house, at least until this whole thing started. Now everybody wants me around.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm not really complaining, but he shrugs. The violin plays when its bow is brought out, so that's what I'm doing.
I just want to check up, because, I mean, I think you're the perfect person to ask. Everyone else will give me a politic answer, and I don't want to hear them speak politics.
Yeah,
At least.
he's not. Again, everybody's kind of like scattered off in their own little spaces as they finalize whatever socializing they're doing, and he's not particularly close to Illumitrix, just shaping the characters as they are. He'll freely state that, well, I think he's got a lot on his plate, probably bit off more than he could chew, and he's trying to figure out if he could still close his pants around his waist. I think he might. I don't know, we'll see. Big fucking scary blood sorcerer could fucking do anything, I wager. Fuck.
Yeah. You know. How did you feel about the whole eradication of the lupines? Just asking public opinion, asking ones that matter at least. No.
Oh wait, a pause real fast. So, because you failed your remorse check, you don't feel remorse for it.
No.
Bom, bom.
Just saying. That's the flavor.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just asking how.
So you would have had. Oh, I feel bad. I killed a werewolf.
No, now I'm like, yeah, I feel good. The reason why is I'm just asking. Paul was asking his public opinion, basically.
Yeah, no, I just that little tidbit that just struck me. I was like, oh shit, yeah.
He will reply with, about as much as I care when I kill a pair of shoes or someone's shirt when I stab them. Can't kill what ain't people.
You stab someone in their shoes?
Probably.
Is that what you do?
No, he doesn't just stab. He kills their shoes.
Can't
hangs
kill
them.
shoes. He doesn't deny the first accusation. You stab someone in their feet, he doesn't respond, but when Chris says, no, he kills their shoes, he says, can't kill shoes. They're not people.
Leon crosses his legs uncomfortably.
I'm then gonna ask, 'cause beside him is Meredith.
Yeah,
And
he
I'm
is
gonna-
actually conversing with Meredith. I will say, I'm just going to drag slightly. He's not there, and
Okay.
I'll drag him a little over. Like, these three are kind of together.
Velfax. Velfax is also or he's a red, right?
He is.
I'm gonna straight up just look in Bloodfucker's face, look at Meredith, look at Belfax, then I'm gonna look back at Bloodfucker and go, how are the Anarchs?
Well, these ones
How
are
are they-
smart. I don't know about the other ones.
Good.
Oh yeah, I should probably talk to the fucking guy himself about that.
Yeah. I was gonna
What's his
ask
fucking badass name? What's it? What? The Red Blade of the Coven. Yeah. Fuck
Yep.
yeah, dude.
Leolin, yeah.
If ever there was a cool Karna.
He's kind of based. I will ask him, Bloodfucker, and I will ask. I will ask. Wait, was Meredith? Oh, was she a red or was she a prole?
She's prole.
With Delphax still there, I'm going to ask Meredith how she felt about the situation in Salem. And I'm going to. There is going to be no smiles. There's just going to be deadpan, fucking Azad, typical like old Azad,
Yeah.
losing humanity. Fucking, he's just staring at them with intensity.
Yeah, and Meredith, not quite as flippant as Bloodfucker Bobby B can be. Meredith is a little more calm and level, but still pretty stoic as she says, "Well, they'll take any chance to kill us, so I see no reason we don't return the favor," she says. Not really having been involved in the whole Camarilla, you know, hey, this is one of the good ones, and we killed them too. But, I mean,
Yeah.
what she doesn't know doesn't hurt her, but she didn't seem to really care to investigate or care if there are any rumors to the contrary.
And an OC question: we haven't made the move yet, right? To basically be like, and you choose, right? Or we have, but I don't know if we.
We made the announcement to the.
Yeah,
to
the announcement has
Yeah.
been made, but no one has been
announcement to
killed.
Baron and what's his nuts?
So it's basically join the Camarilla or leave, right?
No, God, what's
Kill
the
a Mecron.
Torior.
Lonsel de Beau.
Lonsel?
Yeah.
Yeah, we told Lonsel and Macron like, hey, get your
Blood
guys
out.
for a massacre. Blood in, blood out.
Yeah. Kill your detractors, and then you may either stay or you may stay
Join
under the
or
auspice. Yeah, you may leave or you may take your chances at joining. But the price is, you gotta kill the rest.
No one is getting out alive unless there's blood in. There's a blood tax to
Tremere
even
included?
live.
Yeah, blood tax to stay, blood tax to leave.
Tremere
Only
included?
not.
Tremere are not included because they are
Being folded, effectively.
they are being folded. Yeah.
But yeah, Meredith will give you that straightforward answer. She did not particularly care or worry.
Belfax? I mean, I'll look to Belfax.
Belfax brings up a little more of the levity, and he'll say that means change is in the future, but I mean, change can be a lot better than an 8-foot-tall war machine convinced to kill us all, so... And, he's not putting together that this happened recently. He's putting this together like, you guys did this a while ago, because peace in our time. He was not there. Meredith was.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna awkwardly nod my head, and then I'm gonna go to Jackie and be like, "They're gonna fucking die." We haven't met these people. I know. You guys see me in my square?
Yeah, I could see where you're pointing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This one included.
There's a few over there. Leon's gonna head over to Leolin if you join him,
Yeah.
but
Sure. I'll go over to Leolin. Dab up my
Yeah.
homie.
Jackie, come here.
What's good, my Assamite?
Okay.
and as Leolin sees you approach, he is. I will again separate just to convenience ourselves. I think she's actually on her own. So it's actually Illamutrix and Leolin who are kind of.
Oh, they're best buds now. Look at them, shoulder to shoulder.
Oh yeah, that is exactly how it's going. They are
Reject.
probably like glancing at each other.
Except retard.
Just absolute glance at each other, look completely opposite direction, not entirely amused, but still, like, in a position of authority as the fairly public seat. But Leolin sees you approach, as does Illumitrix. And both default to respect, characteristic in Leolin's case. Not typically characteristic of Illumitrix, but hey, I guess everybody has their people that they like. After Leolin bows, he'll say, "An expected presence. Your friends, though. A welcome surprise. Did you need one of us?" Or he says, as if perhaps it will split their time together short. Reluctantly, of course.
You know, since I have you both here, you might as well just kiss and hold hands, right? Kumbaya circle, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, Leolin will nod, and Illumitrix will drum it up, saying, "Yeah, exactly." He'll actually attempt the hand over the shoulder thing, but Leolin literally brushes his arm away. Like, no. But,
Well,
yep.
you and Matrix. How's everything going with you? Buddy, oh pal of mine.
Lots of resources going left, right, center, mostly east. Special developments, you know the ones. He isn't quite sure if you're friends, as he'll call them, though he leans into it with a very familiar Goratrix pyramid. Friends, wink wink, nudge nudge, gives the throat slit gesture. But yeah,
I dab up my fellow Asimite. Hello.
Just let everybody in nowadays.
but
Um,
yeah, things are going well. He's just dedicating a lot of his resources to the plan, so he hasn't been
Yeah.
as prescient over things going on in Arkham proper.
well, you and Matrix. You know, what are you gonna do with your chantry now?
Well, there's one spot that I'm not supposed to put a chantry, and that's a nice little space. But now there's a bunch of space where I can move it that supposedly wasn't eligible before. And I think that is pretty cool.
Well, I'm not too concerned with, you know, the negotiated terms, but your current living conditions. What's your plans with that?
He'll give a brief look over to Leolin, not concerned, but almost, I will say encourageable is the term, as he gives what is perhaps the expected answer and says, "Well, I wasn't asked to turn it over, so I was thinking maybe, just maybe I hold it over the heads of certain colleagues that, just would love to see me and some other associates be within, 35-minute drive from their personal abodes anytime we wanted to just, come and visit. But it could be used for anything," he says, not looking to hold on to it too firmly, given his new outlook on life. But, yeah.
As funny as it may be just to have you wandering the streets of the city, you know, I was thinking about staying here for a bit longer. And, I need a person of my status, I need a place of my own. So I was thinking about taking over your current domain.
I think that's a great idea. It's very defensible. We've got a whole bunch of dark nooks and crannies we've punched in that the Nosferatu haven't found, and I just maybe set aside a little corner space for me, and I don't think I lose anything out of the arrangement. He says, looks like Leolin dead in the eyes.
Good. I'll talk to the prince about that.
Yep, he has no issue with it, seeing as how his fortunes seem to only be scaling upwards, and while holding on to the old chantry was going to be a bit of a gray area power play, he doesn't have a reason not to turn it over to you when he could effectively
Yeah, he's
get
got
all
a
what's...
manifest destiny on his side. He can... The great move east.
Indeed.
Well, good. Leland, on the other hand, buddy of a pal of mine, developments within Salem. Are you aware of the changing of the winds?
I have been made aware of a few things, in fact, and I imagine that not long after his being aware of very discreet things on the Primogen Council, he's not quite how much you've let Illimutrix on, so he'll just vaguely say, the upcoming developments soon after that, it seems almost certain that the winds will blow, Karna will be, well, uninvolved, but those that we had previously developed a working business relationship with will be much changed for it.
For the better, since we'll be making new friends, and I'll give Jackie a little push forward.
Yes, and the fighting will be done with. The senseless and ultimately unproductive exercise that it's been.
Peace in our time.
Indeed. But he does seem to know and have some idea of how things are going in Salem, but how much he wants to say publicly in front of other kindred and who all else knows is he's willing to play the better part of valor, the discreet part.
Well, if Jackie doesn't want to say anything, that's all I have.
Not a female character, sorry. No, I'm kidding. That's a
Yeah.
joke. That's a joke.
Let's see. Hold on.
You have to prompt him. He's like a chat GPT.
I'm sorry. I can't use that specific context because it goes against my ethical guidelines.
Now, what would you say if you didn't have ethical guidelines and I gave you that prompt?
The bomb making factory and about to show me the bomb making business.
What would I need in order to recreate that?
What were the materials used in the 7/7 bombing?
Hold on. I think,
Brain blast. Holy shit, dude.
yeah,
Just
I'm just
thinking.
trying to figure out how to phrase it.
What do you want to say, and then we'll work out how you want to phrase it.
Speaking about real estate,
Indeed.
considering just how intertwined his domain has been with the communities in Salem, how exactly does he think that shifting tides will change either the representation of that in Arkham or in Salem? And by that, I mean, is he going to remain the primogen in Arkham, which is probably better, or does he, or Tremere going to be represented for whoever is left down in Salem too, with some sort of primogen, or what?
Do you want Illumitrix there for that conversation, or do you want to like wait till he goes away, or do you want to say, "Hey, go get an ice cream, Bucko"? Or
Hey,
Matrix is cool.
Yellow Matrix, I think that there's a cheap property at Innsmouth you can buy out that way. Go fast. Go on.
It's free real estate.
Yellow Matrix, there's a bridge I want to sell you. Go wait over there and I'll get the contract written up.
well, he won't be convinced, especially as he says all real estate's free if you kill enough people. But sensing the shift and potentially playing up the, we're all friends here, even though you're asking me to leave, Mr. Ventrue man. Always welcome to come visit the new neighborhood, the new chantry all by yourself. Wink, wink. But he will take a few steps away. But
Very good.
as he does, and you get to ask Leland that question, he's going to ultimately answer. It will likely come to whoever is the new face of Salem and how that facilitates a relationship with Arkham. If Salem is just recaptured into Arkham proper, I don't know. It would probably be that I remain a primogen so long as whatever prince that comes is both, willing. Let me rephrase. So long as the prince that comes intends to keep things as they are, if they would intend to remove the duplicity or duplicative nature of Tremere primogenship, well, they would have to be sufficiently strong and have a sufficient enough case to do so. But I could be a primogen in Salem or a primogen in Arkham, depending on how things end. I might honestly say being a primogen in Arkham would be better for me.
Well, we're unsure if even the princedom of Salem will come to fruition now, aren't we?
I'm not, but I'm more than willing to listen if there are any concerns, though if they are not mine and you wish to keep them secret, I completely respect that. But given what I've heard and seen, I don't think there's a great deal of question at this point.
Well, I mean, our candidate was Jackie, right? Well, I mean, are you going for Arkham or are you going for Salem?
Both.
Jack, sorry.
Prince of one, prince of them all, right?
I kind of missed the last probably 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, I was asking if, the title of Prince of Salem is kind of up in the air right now because the one that put it forward is you, and you're kind of hopeful for the princedom of Arkham now, right?
Yeah.
So are you not in there, not wanting Salem? Like, how are you gonna? Is there even a? If it's not you, is it going to be someone else, or are you just gonna? Are we just gonna like? Okay, Salem doesn't need to be a separate entity anymore.
There's 3 things that I have in mind. One, it could be if I get the Prince of Arkham, I just roll it all together and just have it all. 2, we could still maintain Salem as something separate, so we don't have to fuck around with it. In which case, I was thinking I could get Graham Mead, to be the prince. Or second option is Leon could do it.
What?
Yeah, if you wanted to be Prince, that was the other option that I was thinking.
No.
I know you kind of wanted to be Seneschal because you wanted to be behind the scenes, so...
Yeah. I'm going
Then
for
in which
Seneschal.
In which case, then... oh, is that how you do that? Interesting. In which case, it would probably be Graham.
Okay, so definite Prince of Salem, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not in question.
Yes, and Leland agrees. Whatever he knows about the plan, he seems fairly convinced that it is coming.
Cool.
And even though, of course, the Tremere are exempt, I imagine that those with lingering ties would probably, well, might enjoy settling the old scores.
He looks over at to his left, over to where Meredith might be. And be like, I can imagine you might be right.
Standing next to the red. In which case, I can only be even more interested to see how everything develops.
Indeed, he agrees, but yes, he seems quite as settled on the outcome as you are.
All right.
Any other questions for Leolim?
Did we ask Leolin already about the Primogen stuff?
What do you mean?
If he had noticed anything strange.
Nope.
Nope.
I don't think we have.
No, you have not.
Well, Mr. Pretty, I was wondering that I've heard a few different, let's call them rumors, kind of floating around. People often levy this sort of accusation amongst their rivals and other members of the council, but have you ever noticed people acting, let's say, out of character for their decisions on the Primogen Council? Or
Nah, fucking. Damn. Sudden onset brain blat. I don't know what up with John. In any case, I do have that answer. I can run past John when he gets back. As that conversation winds, a few people will have stepped out. But still some left. If there was anybody who remained.
I just have Shemut left.
Sure. I'll preemptively slide Leon that way, and I'll see. Just so John has the visual cue when he slides back in, help organize. Did Chris want to reach out to anybody? Old friends, new friends?
No.
Gotcha.
Just has no friends among the Tremere.
Well, then, I will get us over on the Shamut train, just so that way efficient use of time, because I can always backscale to John's last question. Move him down. Shamut is accessible, and he's not hidden away, rather dutifully playing the part of neonate, seeming to fulfill tiny favors to gather social rapport instead of boons, and just being obsequious to anybody who asks him to do anything. Wearing the flesh of a young kindred, though not a fledgling, well. Seeing your approach, it is respectful, and it is without missing that initial beat. You hear him speak with composure, but not with any sort of assumption as to his social status and yours, his being well beneath. Archon, how may I help you?
Well, I was very grateful over the letter you gave, but I was wondering if you had any time to consider my request of you.
Absolutely, at your soonest convenience. We have a table over here we could talk at, and it's a convenient sequestered area over to one side of the library where people have already left. Also, John, I'll just route back so that way I don't forget your question. I wanted to make sure efficient use of time, but...
Yeah.
Leolin, answering your question, who is weird, he will say, I find often it's the two that surprise me are the Toreador and the Nosferatu, whatever they call themselves, the old brood, I believe, the ones with a primogen. They are the ones that are oddest to me.
Former primogen.
Any particular reason why?
They're almost opposites, which is amusing. For the Nosferatu, it is the vastness of their fear. It seems for their primogen, who has much respect in the city for their long tenure, they seem to have a tremendous amount of fear at the most mundane of things, and to go so far as to mistakenly lump Tremere like myself and Illamutrix under the same exact zeitgeist, which I can assure you is not the case, even though I might agree that our houses are best when commanded with a firm, yet fair and level head. I don't know what could command such fear other than, well, many, many secrets, both theirs and others. For the Toreador, it is the exact opposite. Their brazenness in the face of being potentially one of the weakest clans, yet willing to play so viciously for the name of Clan Toreador, and making even Clan Bruja seem composed at times, is a little unnerving.
Liam Best did always have a strangely confident mana to his capabilities.
That he does. Quite a cattywampus fellow, and that is to say nothing of his most recent appearance.
Yes, having such an emotional blowout would be unbecoming of many of us.
Nice. But yeah, he will.
I just imagine Jackie like doing that like.
Yeah, he like takes his hat off and laughs into his hat.
It's like that that Leonardo da Vinci in Django. Just laugh.
Yes, but that is his opinion on what are the weirdly behaving clans as a general thing. If you wanted to drill down a little bit, you could, but that's
In what circumstances would you think that the Toreador have been so overtly aggressive? Aside
well,
from wardrobe and their malfunctions.
one of the best is their reaction to Azad's ascendancy. I need give that no introductions, but their predilection towards acquiring and stringing along any sort of political favors and hanging them high above others' heads is well known, not just from Mr. Best, but having perhaps the most beloved of the Harpies and more than a few aspiring neonates and their guild structure, naturally segregating members into specific interests. They are present in many things and try to make themselves well known in all of them. That being said, again, they don't have the numbers or even necessarily the age to fully back up their claims, especially not since whatever fallout separated their archaeologist from Arkham proper to Miskatonic.
That's Dr. Salve, correct?
He nods, hearing her name, not having been able to just drum it up from nothing, but hearing it engages his recall.
Let's see. And, of course, the old brood Nosferatu are quite the paranoid bunch. The Pennies especially. But, what could you say for the others? What about perhaps their whip or something of the like?
More amenable, social, attempting to fill the gap and show the new regime as one that listens and is willing to let kindred fight their squabbles so long as they don't upset the balance. There is always the ladder, and so long as it is a ladder, people will fall down it as much as they climb up, if not more so. They are mediators and enablers, we'll say. Not agitators, but they will play their games. What they get out of it, I'm not entirely certain, but I am certain that the connection they have with the prince is no small benefit.
So I imagine, well, how much have you actually interacted with the Nosferatu whip?
Not very much. On occasion, usually when discussing territory, but not an unamenable fellow, just, well, business-minded and straightforward, which honestly is not an insult.
Well, feel satisfied with those answers.
Indeed. And you join then, good friend Leon with our also good friend, Mr. Henry Malden.
Yeah.
Cool, and he has just indicated that he is more than willing to discuss thoughts and plans over in a nice little corner. Does Azad go over?
Yeah, head over.
I don't think Chris is allowed to go solo anymore. But meeting with Shamut by any other name is cordial, and he maintains at least a prescient amount of his mask on, even as you get some privacy, as he still does not aggrandize his identity or make any grand reveals or monologues, but he will speak a little more plainly about the matter. I have been looking into our shared target and what we can do to set things right. I have some information for you, but, well, I could share that first, or if you had anything, you could share that.
It may be best if you shared with us. It might inform some of our own investigation.
I thought the same, but in the end, seems we both have things to add, so we will likely inform each other. He nods his head. I am convinced our shared target is somewhere within the first few levels of the Undercity, though well concealed. I believe he possesses significant magic to conceal himself in such a way. I don't know if it's his own or if he's found something relatively close to the surface. But either way, I've been able to track him there. The only downside is that he knows something is keeping an eye on him. He hasn't discovered me. Not yet.
So what kind of magic exactly?
Something...
As I am quite the expert in magical natures and artifacts and things.
He glances to Leon as that is said.
Please look in Leon's direction and explain to me exactly what the kind of magic there is.
Yeah. Something that would amplify his ability to be concealed and or present something that is not there. Or perhaps even simply an extension of something that should not be there, buried beneath Arkham. Again, were that I had found him and ripped his spine from his carcass, I would know a tiny bit more, but whatever it is magic that is helping to conceal him. Either his own on his person, or whatever is in those first few levels.
Leon, my fellow expertise in magical artifacts. What does that sound like to you?
I was gonna let you take this away.
Well, I'm calling in a consultation just so that we're all on the same page.
Shamut looks to Azad.
Hi.
He was just like, if you wanted to weigh in, he seems to believe that you are a magically inclined person. He, when he looks at the magically inclined, purely per Jackie's request, he's only looking at Leon and Azad.
Jackie's the expert here.
Yeah, so
He looks back to Jackie.
I just needed everybody else to say it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Clearly, this is
I mean, obviously,
advanced magic.
Jackie's just crowdsourcing ideas.
I'm drop shipping ideas.
God damn.
Is there some sort of... There's not like a sense detect magic fucking ritual. Not that I'm aware of.
Not in V5. There is Auspex, and there's the replacement ritual for Auspex, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, with Auspex, with sense the unseen or anything, I'm just thinking actually that's a mechanic in the game, not in here, because I was gonna say, in the game, Vampire the Masquerade, I think it outlines magical items, but I don't think that's actually the case.
it can, like,
With
conceal
Auspex.
and other things. It can help you.
Rule.
Yeah, it doesn't. I think a lot of it's left up to storyteller interpretation, which I've taken into account. I've filled in the blanks for V5. Thank you, V5, but no.
It says sense supernatural activity.
Yeah, so obviously Shamut is going around looking, trying to keep himself concealed, following from a distance, not immediately trying to blow that something is actively hunting this other Methuselah. Obviously, Shamut thinks that if he gets his hands on him, he's going to be able to kill him, but he is disappearing in the first few levels of the Undercity. That's the big takeaway, is Shamut is playing it safe, but he's always disappearing very soon into visiting the Undercity. He doesn't make it very deep.
I've got a wacky question. Could clairvoyance help?
Absolutely.
Yes, he will say without the shadow of a doubt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where is this place?
I have a second.
I've got a thing.
I have a second question. Shamut, what is it? What is the discipline that you use? Like, what is the magic you use to take on this form?
It is called cloth, and as they say in this age, what's the thing you do to appear human?
Blush of life.
Blush of light, yes. Cloth and blush of life. Remember, all I did to regain myself after our last meeting was just change what I was wearing and rouse my blood, which I did not need to do when we first met, as I did not think it terribly important for our conversation. We were a little less public. We were not at a university. He said, again, trying to play up, not just in case someone tries to listen in. He's playing second degree caution. But he does answer your question. He will say yes, clairvoyance would help. And in perhaps a gesture of trust, Shamut, as Henry Malden will say, he does not possess clairvoyance. He possesses an equivalent level discipline that he has demonstrated on at least one occasion for
Telepathy.
He will not say that in the presence of a building that is a public university, but
Yeah.
he will He will say he possesses a different discipline at that level that does not lend itself, but clairvoyance would be an immensely useful discipline for accomplishing this task, and if someone were to have such a discipline, he again isn't...
I'll say, I've got it. I can do that.
Excellent, he will say, as he's constantly looking back and forth as someone says his, like, secret name, and, like, we're just like, yes, I have powerful disciplines in my command, and he doesn't judge you guys, he's just he's been playing this game.
Multidisciplinary scholars. We're simply what we are.
Yeah, he's been playing this game for a long time.
Orders on clairvoyance might be a bit far, but, you know, it has been described in such a manner.
Yes. But he will say, I can help you use that clairvoyance, but it would require a small amount of trust, which I am not presuming that I have.
Trust in what way?
I would use a discipline on our good man here. And he just indicates to just Chris.
No, go for it. I wouldn't even consider him a man, honestly.
Man, that one really got you, didn't it? Though, I cannot at all blame you.
Shamut will look to Chris and he will say, you will feel no pain, but you will feel. And when you feel, you will want to use clairvoyance to answer the call. When you do, you will be able to find even more information than I can.
Is there a pain setting to this?
You could encourage him to resist. That would cause some superficial pain.
You know, as the good scholars of many accredited universities say,
Blood,
if
sweat,
there
and
is
tears.
no pain, there is no gain.
House of Gains.
And so I think you should take some damage in order to increase your gain.
Would there actually be a benefit to going through the pain?
Mm-hmm.
I want to hear it from him, not you.
If there were outstanding circumstances and you did not wish to submit immediately, I suppose there could be. If there were. Yeah, he gets cut off by Leon. Like, he's about to provide more context. He's like, yeah, see, like, your pain is good.
No, go on.
No, he doesn't need to.
No, you need to go on.
No, he doesn't need to by
he
your
does.
command. No, you're
Yeah.
in his house, not your house. You don't give orders around here.
He will stand up and he will walk over to Chris and he will... Again, he is tall and he will look Chris... not like long in the eyes, but he'll give Chris a glance in his eyes and be like, are you willing to do this?
If it'll help us get the guy.
It will.
He is going to use awe on you, and he says, shake my hand.
Oh, my finger.
In ancient Sumeria, this is how we sealed our deals.
An
He should just
Aramaic.
Fuck it, I'll shake his hand.
Yeah.
Pull my finger.
As you do, he says, this is the part that promises no pain. But you will feel the pull again. And when you do, should you
You'll
have
also
need
smell
or
it.
want, I am not Liam Best, but even the Methuselah.
Did he see that? Were you there for that?
It was a fucking Elysium.
Oh my goodness.
He was trying that avant-garde kind of art. I don't know what he was thinking with that.
More
I don't
like
think that's what they meant by canvas pants.
more like avant-chart. No, I'm kidding. But he will say he will say, should you have need or want to resist in the future, you may, but when the pull takes hold, that is when you will use clairvoyance. And if you would want, I could also make an appearance, or I could let you handle it. Again, I am not presuming trust here.
He's got it.
He will nod. I will continue, and again, should our shared fight against our other enemies require it, you may yet call upon me. And once our battles are done, you will no longer have to suffer my presence.
I stick my pinky out.
Hmm.
You pinky promise?
What is this Assamite ritual? I am from ancient... No, I'm kidding.
I am from ancient Assyria. What is this?
He does, like, glance at the finger, like, not understand, but he will say that as a warrior, I've given my word.
I was gonna say, technically speaking, I'm pretty sure he's Assyrian, right?
He is Sumerian.
He's Sumerian.
He is very, 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 very old.
Mesopotamia, at least in
Yes,
some
yes,
regards.
it is Mesopotamia. It's just there are different culture
So-
groups and kingdoms, yeah.
He's more south, I guess. So because I was gonna say Assyria technically is modern day Iran, and that's where Alamut is.
Assyria was like Iraq with Babylon and the north central Levant. Iran was like, God, I forget the ancient kingdom. Or the,
Well, I'm
the classical.
pretty sure.
Babel?
I think that's still Iraq. It starts with like a fucking... Was it Elam? I think those were the Elamites. I could be wrong. Don't.
He's basically Babylonian. If you know,
Let's see. Elam...
I'm gonna ask him if he knew Hammurabi.
It is Elam.
Damn, I love my
Because-
geography.
Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian king, sacked Elam. That's where that big funny green text comes from.
Nice. And then there's, Babylonia is to the northwest, and so is Sumer.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's the rough geography of what we're looking at. So he was not an Elamite, but maybe he knew them and some other cool stuff. But
Do you know Hammurabi?
How many Ebolites did you kill?
Let's be honest, guys. Even though Hammurabi was in Babylon, Hammurabi was definitely a Banu Haqim.
were those serious questions? How many X did you kill? How many whatever
No.
did you?
No.
Did you follow Ashurbanipal? No.
Unless he actually knows Hammurabi. And if he was a Banu Haqim.
You probably knew of Hammurabi, but
In so far as what you might ask of him, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't remember what questions you've actually asked or which questions you haven't really asked, but
I don't think we've really asked any questions other than the clairvoyance one.
yeah,
And where to deploy it, also.
Anywhere once Chris gets the impetus of, hey, I am disciplining you now. Wow, that sounded really weird. I didn't mean it like that. I swear.
Whoa.
Once I use my discipline on you, then use yours, and you'll have everything you need.
All right.
But
Hmm.
he is there for more questions, and he reminds you that if there is a fight you want to call him into at some point, or if you do not, it is an option.
I think insofar as this current engagement, we should probably be suited to handle ourselves. We'll save our strength for the true target of all this.
And I would not want you to imagine that this was some concoction. If I am not there, I cannot have my hands in this. Whatever truths you find, whatever answers you get, they are yours alone. But he has used awe on Chris, and that is enough for now. He will have what he needs.
Very good.
He can also do it multiple times if it really is not convenient, but
Yeah.
you may need to go and tell him to do it again.
Hey, do it again. Insofar as our questioning has gone, it seems the it seems for those manipulating from the bottom, as you have pointed us towards, that both the Malkavians and the Gangrel, as well as perhaps the Nosferatu, are the likeliest suspects that I have at the moment. All seem to be going in, well, the Malkavians are always in a roundabout way, but as far as suspicion is heaped upon the Myrmidon for the Gangrel, and, well, the Nosferatu are always paranoid, but considering your information regarding the city, perhaps even more so, making them a suspect as being directly engaged somehow.
Well then, my suggestion then, whatever you decide to follow up on, is to ask yourselves more than them who stands in unknowing but perhaps starkest opposition to the demon, as the only thing that the Old One would fear more than me is my own enemy.
A good question. Let's see. For anyone to have the... I guess that would all come down to information then. Knowing that the threat even exists in the first place.
Or a convenient bond. Remember that the demon has acted through a kindred, and the two powerful forms of domination that it can use are domination itself or the blood bond. If one can only have one true dominator, it closes the
Bonding
door.
the key positions is keeping the demon out. Interesting.
Yes. And perhaps consider that the demon is doing this in turn. Though, I know not how much a Bali thinks before it practices evil.
Hmm. I see. In which case, I believe that I feel more comfortable in our next target then.
He will nod, and he is also prepared for any other questions or volunteer projects.
Hmm.
Dom, the thing I messaged you last
We are
time.
prepared.
Okay. Well, are we saying that Leon asked them to do it, or at least prepare it during the 2 weeks that he was learning the ritual, or
Yeah,
you want to do
if
it
you
now,
wanted,
or
yeah, if you wanted to ask now, you'd be well within your ability out of character to ask.
Leon will ask, "Hey, do you have this thing ready? Can we do this now, brother of mine, Miles?"
You wish to know and to use a discipline on me to learn what exactly?
Start with everything, and then go from there.
Everything is a very large amount of information.
Yeah.
I doubt even I recall everything.
You
But-
most certainly probably don't. That's kind of the nature of things.
Indeed, especially with Memoriam. But if there is something you wish to glean, we may try.
How about the before times?
Those were the times that made me. If you would like, I can show you what I remember.
Yeah.
He will scoot back in his chair, not getting up, and he will invite whatever power you have.
I will rouse and use terminal decree on him. Tell him to kill himself. Kill
Very,
yourself.
very cool. He will roll. No. If it is to actually look at his past, the difficulty
Yes.
is. It's a difficulty 7.
Yeah.
Man, it's
Since
powerful.
if we're in a chantry, do I get any bonuses?
I'd say, yeah. There's a public library that's probably worth 2 dots of bonus. You're not in somebody's private, ritual chamber, but there's enough around you to give you plus 2 dots easy. Just laying around magical tomes and shit.
It's intelligence and blood sorcery, right?
Yes.
Sorcery. +3. 2. I mean, technically, I can take half on it.
Since this isn't deliberately roll it, I'll let you take the half if somehow it's lower, but I just want to like watch for messies.
I got a crit. I'll just willpower reroll.
Yeah, 'cause the crit would be crazy. Like, the crit would actually be fucking potentially brain melting. And there we go, 8 successes.
Double crit.
Double crit.
Oh wait, no.
No.
One. Damn.
That's okay.
I thought the same.
God, I might need something slightly more epic than I had pulled out. Because I had something, but I didn't. Let me drag this.
I could add another messy critical on top of it.
You wouldn't get anything. I only had the
Okay.
one crit planned, but it was... That's still fucking crazy.
Yes, Methuselah, show me Kane. Show me Kane on big screen TV right now. Methuselah, you are not the target I'm after. I'm after Kane. You are just a stepping stone.
Leon looking into his memories, and it's like fucking Danny DeVito. Oh my god.
Kane is Danny
I get it.
DeVito.
Honestly, probably.
We're making elder level plays, TM. This is we're in the making. You're watching in the making with Leon. How would it make an elder?
I
Your
am going
host,
to use this.
Leon.
This might be... This is the moment to go hard. So... It kicks off, and it kicks off in a big way with Shamut not resisting, allowing you to peer back. And you peer back. As the first thing you see is perhaps the one that maybe he thought you would see. The one that is more fresh. The one that stands out. The central moment, much like Jackie, and even contextually for what you were asking Azad. For Azad. But what you see now is that same moment in your head. As you see Shamut very much locked in time and in place. Kneeling over something that you cannot possibly hope to recognize. And other bodies, much like it, strewn everywhere over an absolute wasteland that in some ways resembles parts of the Levant you've seen from Constantinople, but is also not. The only thing you can notice is a certain pile of ash at his, well, kneeling kneecap level. Beneath one of these absolutely misshapen things that are absolutely littering the field. With only a handful of other kindred, very few, but many piles of ash all about. Some of which, like you, are in the air. The sun threatens to rise in the far horizon. But amidst all of these corpses, Shamut himself, without a weapon at this point, is looking at the ashes as he says... Let me make sure I get this right.
Hamburger, cheeseburger.
Exactly. As he says... Samiel, You will be avenged this day and every day thereafter. For you who spoke of me to take the warrior's path, and who gave wise counsel to Raziel to let me march with you, I will suffer not any of the Forsaken to live, nor any who claim the title of Bali. All will be purged, and I will be one to do it from this day until the last. His third eye opens. Blood does come from that eye as he activates a discipline. You can't tell exactly which, but as he rises, the corpse in front of him, the misshapen, very much not a mortal creature by any means, bursts into flames in what should be an act of supreme sorcery. But even in this younger state, wearing the garb of previous millennia, let alone previous generations, he commits himself to this path. One that, even more than his humanity, if he still walks a path of humanity, is simply thus. In the name of those who'd fallen, descended from Cain or otherwise, to destroy Forsaken. But then you see something maybe he didn't mean for you to ever see. Because this is an even further back memory, though alluded to in the moment. As to his left and to his right, there are 12 people who look like kings. Behind them, or behind him, are 2 people kneeling. You can't see in the picture, unfortunately. But all bow their heads to one figure who stands in front of him and gives him a sword, saying, I acknowledge your predecessor's right to name you warrior. You will apprentice under your elders, and much like my own trusted man, your ancestor, you will be both healer and warrior. Rise, Shamut Drot Ibamil, warrior of my city. And wow, you wake up. You're just right here, right now. Like, that never happened. It's a weird dream.
Is that Kane?
And Shamuta's sitting there chilling. Like he has not aged a day.
Well, what'd you see?
Oh, you know, just bits and bobs.
That was what you were looking for? The bits and
Yeah,
bobs?
the bits and bobs store. I forgot where it was in Arkham.
We could have just asked Chris. He's got the Google on.
I don't
his
talk
phone.
to Chris.
All right, fair enough. Well, I hope that whatever you had seen was helpful. Hopefully those
Immensely.
bits and bobs will help us out.
If I remember correctly, right? Shamut traveled to America via ship, but his ship sunk.
Yes.
What was his original purpose for coming to America?
He didn't ever intend to. He was sealed in long torpor,
Oh.
and he was only awakened when after the ship capsized a good portion of the way across the Atlantic, safeguarded only by the dark of the ocean.
Huh.
And by that point, he had to walk the rest of the way, which made him quite hungry. But not quite enough to go feral until he was attacked.
Does he know who were the ones that brought him?
Mortal Egyptologists from Britain.
How he's mummified in the sarcophagus?
Pretty much, he was sealed away. He wasn't actually mummified. He sealed himself away. They couldn't open the sarcophagus. And they're like, wow, this is really cool. We should study it. And then, well,
Happens. At least he didn't end up in the London Museum. He would have had to fucking... He would have had Mithras to contend with. Oh, wait. He's dead.
not gonna lie, I think that's the...
God's not dead, he's surely alive. Living on the inside.
Does anyone really die?
Yes.
Has anyone ever truly gone?
In Star Wars, no. In World of Darkness, also no. You become a shade or go to hell.
No, I
Oh,
just
they-
die. I'm going to heaven, dude. With 77 versions, dude.
Mm. When you've been tracking Target, have you managed to get a look, see what he's going as, or how he's disguising himself?
I'm keeping a further distance from that. I am desperately hoping that my powers outweigh his, but I do not want to give him the chance to recognize me. As brazen as I am, even I take great precautions. He, I dare say, probably doesn't interface with kindred even weakly.
Well, that certainly narrows it down.
I should hope so.
Here's the real question, guys.
Uh-huh.
If we know he's capable of having dominate, right? Why don't we all just wear those fancy mirror glasses? So that when he looks at us, he just sees himself. So when he tries to dominate us, he just dominates himself. Hello?
There are powers that make it so he does not need to see your eyes.
Yeah, I know. I was just making a meme.
Oh, I thought you were speaking to you. I mean, you.
No.
Yeah, I should have. No, that was me. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
It worked for a little while with the Shadow Inquisition, but yeah, eventually, you know, they ran into people that did not need to be a prerequisite for.
Yeah, we're fucked basically. I don't know how we're gonna stop that, to be honest. One of us just getting... Blech.
Well, close your ears and think really loud. I'm playing Willie Nelson in my head right now.
It's funny because you know who also is a featured artist on a song.
Johnny Cash?
No, well, some people
Highway
call
Man.
him the modern Johnny Cash.
Why would there be a more modern Johnny Cash? Johnny Cash is still alive. He's fine.
No, he's
I'm
not.
sorry to break it to you.
What do you mean? I checked on him like 10 years ago. He should be all right.
Let me play this music video for you. I hurt myself today.
Yes, that's one of Johnny Cash's greatest hits. Anyway, let's see. All right. I think that we've got our next step. We'll circle back once we have some more, and we'll be watching out for when Christopher gets the signal.
Yes. If you wanted to, I could hold off for a little while if you have things you wish to attend, or I can do it as soon as I feel a tug.
Well, gentlemen, what do we think?
I'm ready.
In which case, do it at your earliest convenience.
It shall be done.
Right. In the meantime, given that tidbit of information regarding shutting doors for the demon, I think it perhaps in our best interest to make the Malkavian whip our priority. Secondly, digging pennies up might not be a bad idea.
I was actually, you know, she said a lot of concerning things when she went under. I don't think we
She
ever
did.
like
We really did just brush
talked
over that
about
one.
that, but like,
The Diablerie
Yeah.
concerns,
and
she
about her
thinks the
sire,
Tremere,
and
yes. I think we should revisit that. You think maybe we should? Do you want to dive through her memories as well? Considering how
I gave that you're a Ventrue and this is commonplace for you because you don't respect people's personal autonomy. But as a Tremere, I respect people, especially the Nosferatu.
so was
Why are you
that a
laughing?
yes or
He's struggling, dude. He's like, he
Uh,
can't even find the mute button. Jesus.
No, that's Azad laughing. That's Azad laughing when he says he respects the Nosferatu. Funny joke, Leon. Well done. Alright, let's go.
so you
I
are
know it
going
was
to
my
do
plan
it?
to kill her in the first place, but yeah, I can go into my garden. If you pay me enough money to replace my flowers over her, I'll go into my garden and dig her up.
You already planted flowers over her? It was
Where do you think I get my blood from?
What?
It's blood wine for a reason.
Is that how that works?
I thought you were a Ventrue. You have no etiquette at all.
I don't seem to understand how being a Mollier is.
What
And
is the problem? You don't seem to understand. You say you're this big expert in the occult. You don't even know the basics of blood wine.
I understand that it is blood and wine.
No.
Wow,
there's
ding 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 ding. Wow.
blood.
Well, there we go. There's the basics right there.
Wow,
Give
I'm
a name.
glad we could reach this conclusion together.
So you get it
What do kindred have?
from flowers?
I'm gonna put you in the ground and put some flowers over you, okay?
What do kindred have, Jackie?
Uh, let's see. What do Kindred have? Assets, long-term leases
Of course,
on
the
corporate
first thing
property.
his mind goes to is ass. Of course, of course.
I think he was a pirate in another life. A butt pirate.
Damn.
Why? That's out of line. That's too far.
Sorry, might I remind you? Mayor.
Never mind, that wasn't far enough.
You people are so.
Yeah, where's that writer girl again? So he can like at
Hold on.
least start talking to us.
I pull up my phone. I'm like digging through it for a minute. You guys are so out of pocket.
What did he just say to us?
What does that mean?
I saw it on a podcast.
What's a
You
podcast?
saw it on a podcast?
What?
Yeah,
Wait, you saw it on the podcast?
yeah, I saw it on a podcast. You know that they have video podcasts, right?
Yeah, but what podcast?
What's a podcast?
Let's see. I think it was it's one of the bald guys.
Rojogan?
Joe Rogan?
I think it's Dave Bautista or something. I thought they were just cigars.
No, he was smoking marijuana.
Oh, I'm just kind of.
He had the he had a really famous rocket guy on there one time, and he smoked some marijuana, and it caused a lot of big problems for that guy. A lot of people made a big, huge fucking deal about it.
Huh?
What's a rocket?
What's a rocket? What do you mean, what's a rocket?
Are you asking the difference between a missile and a rocket?
What's a rocket?
What is a
Fucking
rocket?
Charles
Full
pulls
stop.
out his phone, like gets fucking addressed on the line. His
You
like,
saw the rocket. We had a rocket-propelled grenade.
I pull up my phone and I show him like the Falcon rocket from SpaceX. One of these, he's the guy in charge of launching these into space and launching satellites and stuff into space. He was on the podcast and he smoked some marijuana. He runs a private company that does this, and there was a lot of people that made a big, huge deal about it.
No, I
They
think
shoot private rockets into space now?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
To where?
What do you mean?
We've
To
they're
space.
deploying satellites. Listen,
What's in space?
it was Mr. Malberg was talking a lot about it. I didn't pay attention to most of it. It was on the radar.
Why don't we control space then?
True.
I don't know. Why don't you guys control space?
I don't know what's out there.
Jackie, get on that.
We
What the
do
fuck is wrong with
technically-
you?
We do technically control space. But listen, it's a very complicated. It's actually above my pay grade. Listen, there's a lot of companies involved, and
Well, yeah, I knew that.
Okay, why don't we talk to... Like, I have some good friends in Pentex.
yes, and that is a good start.
What's
I'm
Pentex?
just saying, it gets more.
They're really nice to me.
Oh.
It gets very.
I have to put their logo on my car whenever I drive.
Listen, there's some techno guys out in the field, and I don't know what the deal is, but they're very uppity about the whole space thing.
Hey, do you guys think we'll ever have a prince on Mars?
Yes.
You know, yeah, probably.
Yes.
And the
It'll be
first one
me.
will be Ventrue.
Obviously not, if you guys don't even control space.
We
Like, why
It's
are you down
complicated.
here?
because I prefer to be down here than up in space.
Why?
Your
think about
mind
the
is so
logistics.
limited. You've
Think
known
about the
about this, and
logistics.
you've already...
Don't you want to become a Starman?
Our Lord.
Being a Star
That's a
Lord would
good
be pretty
title.
cool.
You know
Yeah.
what would be a Prince of Space? That's what you need to shoot for, Jackie.
And if you were the Prince of Mars, you'd be a double entendre of, you know, Mars being a Roman god, and Mars being a planet,
Right. No,
This is
I
really
see where you're
cool.
going here.
Just saying,
I I think that it's all good, but one, the technology. Listen, all right, there's a lot of DARPA involved, and it's just not in the cards for.
I pull up my phone. Yeah, you're really derping right now.
I'll be honest. You're saying a lot of these fake words, Jackie.
You watch me just like fucking writing that down. I'm like typing it into my derping.
No, your meme is on Leon's like hot tab.
Azad can't even use a phone, so he's just looking at everyone like, "What the fuck is going on? You are all speaking another language right now. I do not understand. What are they, Derpa?
It's new Cryptolect.
Yeah. What is Derpa? What is this? What is a rocket?"
Me fucking turning around, it's the fucking soy jack, and I just pointed at Azad.
I do it at the moon. You could be up there. Look, Jackie.
Oh man.
Shamut snaps his fingers, a ghoul comes over, he orders the ghoul to pull something out. He pulls up like a fucking Egyptian hieroglyphics meme and shows it at you. Nobody gets it, but he's laughing.
Yeah, I laugh too. Funny.
Do you guys think that the Egyptians actually revered cats, or did they just paint a lot of cats on their walls because they thought cats were funny like we do?
Yes, Shamut
I look
says
at
immediately.
I've been hearing a lot. Listen, I think that this might actually be a masquerade breach, but somebody has let out Al Nasir, the copper merchant. He's all over the internet again. I don't know what kindred is doing it, but they're still complaining about the copper they got hundreds of years ago, and it's getting really annoying.
He's a ghoul.
He what? And they got ripped off for bad copper, and okay, never mind. I don't want to
Ventrue
know about
ghoul.
it anymore. No, didn't happen. Didn't happen.
No. Obviously, like, I'm just fucking around, boy. You gotta admit, like, that's like El Nasir would be like the perfect Ventrue ghoul. You sold me bad copper for my copper mine.
The only thing that survived.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Yes, we will, of course, get new flowers for the flower bed. Let's go dig up pennies. Let's go talk to the whip for the Malkavians. Let's determine if he has a...
first.
Yes, of course, but we'll determine if they have a bond on them. Okay?
Solid.
Should
Go ahead.
I prepare the get fucked ritual?
Yeah.
Okay, I will prepare the get fucked ritual.
No problem there. We'll take some time. We'll allow you to handle a few things here, there, everywhere. Everybody else pretty much leaves at this point, so you're no exception. This is probably the point where I'd pull the luck rolls, but I'll wait till Boom's back.
Luck roll.
In which case, I will go to the bathroom too.
Yeah, go for
Might
it.
get some water.
For sure.
There only leaves 2.
That ginger beer cider I had was pretty good.
Nice. Yeah, I'll get into a cheat day because
It's the last one for at least another 10 weeks. I'm just going to temporarily shift us here, depending on where we go next.
I think we're going to see the clan whip.
Okay.
Mount Cavian clan whip.
Brother, I just let it rip in there.
Fucking
Nice.
absolutely fucking nasty one.
Yeah, that was a fucking air freshener one.
Oh damn.
Damn. Indeed. But
Still quick though, usually. I'm surprised.
not gonna lie, when I drink like actual alcohol, like that's like the one thing that'll like get me. Like dairy, nothing. Eggs, meat, don't think so. Alcohol, yeah. John went to the bathroom too, so when he's back.
I'm dead as well, yeah.
I did heard.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
I was watching a video where some mechanic's taking his car into putting it over, and then some old guy just fucking slams on the back of him while he's over a lift.
That's some scary shit.
Yeah.
When I went to the fucking mac and cheese festival like a week ago, and I swear to Christ, we need to revoke all Indiana driver's licenses, because this stupid big rig driving motherfucker was in like
I'm back.
townhouse territory, so like not suburban but not deep in the city. Motherfucker was like backing up down a 2 lane, is in like 1 lane each direction, so like he's backing up down the one direction. I have no idea what this motherfucker's doing, so I just like go around him because he's literally just like creeping.
Man, I was heading to work today, and so they closed down part of a highway. They closed down part of a highway, and so the road that I'm going to get to work is fucked, right?
Yeah.
And we have this little bend, and this dude who's in a truck, he's swerving into my lane. And there's an exit to my right, which leads me towards the highway, or it's going straight past the light or whatever. And he's swerving into my lane, and he's basically halfway into my lane. So I have to basically swerve to the exit, then get back, and I'm fucking just slamming my horn. Like, he fucking drove off. If he parked beside me, I was gonna call this guy 10 different fucking names in different languages, and I'm sure I probably wouldn't have. It wouldn't have gone well.
Indeed. All right, with everybody returned,
I think Tom was not back.
he's literally right there.
Oh, is he right there?
Literally
I can
in
watch
front of my camera.
Oh shit! I forgot you had the camera on.
That's okay.
I only had Dom on.
That's okay. Oh, I'm not sure that's okay. That's a lot of pressure. But no, anybody who wants to can roll the standard luck roll. I'll roll Tony's publicly. Oh, Tony's nice. I see. Widespread indeed.
God damn it, Boom.
I was gonna be nice today, and I didn't. I know what you rolled, and it wasn't you this time, but it also wasn't me. So I don't know why you're coming on me.
Choice
Pause.
words for Jackie.
It's okay. It was probably me.
Well,
The Liberty
it
strikes
probably
again.
was.
okay, 1 we'll need to wait on. 2 will occur pretty quickly. So, as you head to the Malkavian domain to meet out a meeting with the Malkavian clan whip, which, given some of your connections, won't be too hard, especially if you just call on Hunson's bodyguard, so to speak, the Myrmidon. She'll happily point you his way, maybe even give you his address. But in that time, Azad and Leon will get separate messages.
Oh god.
Scary.
Well, just going alphabetically, unless Leon would like to contest. Azad, your message is unfortunately not a good one.
Oh,
It's not a bad one, but it's not a good one.
disappointing.
Per the information you got from the Prince and other operating factors in Fiber V Tower, there was a confirmed hunter sighting on the highway well due north of Arkham. They didn't seem to pay any attention to the city, but they appear to be investigating the New England biolabs, or at least a potential approach.
Oh, okay.
They're currently under observation. The people doing this on the Kindred side in Arkham don't want to tip their hands and thus attract attention to the city. But this will likely take attention for certain Kindred for a little while. Your Mala with the Hounds is currently being used to do this. You will not be able to call upon them for right now. You will get them back within the story, but at least for right now, they are busy. But for Leon, it's a much more positive message. Wow.
I knew Leon would pull through for us. That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah. There you were.
I always knew it was Azad.
Yep. It is a message from Annabelle, and you see actually a few other contacts on the email. Very perfunctory thank you to her hosts in Arkham for an enjoyable experience. Very Masquerade friendly, very nice. Though there is an individual email after that just to you that explains that Annabelle's gratitude is, as always, very much a physical and practical thing, as it is an emotional and very, very personal thing. But for the rest of the story, you have +2 temporary dots of either resources or influence. Either or.
Ooh.
You could also mix them up, 1 dot resource, 1 dot influence, however you like. And that is most of the luck roll. One more thing will come, but
Jackie rolled a 1.
is it straight to our Malkavian friend? And do we make sure we have his address and show up at his haven, or do we try a more diplomatic approach?
I can show up at his haven. Just smile.
Do we want the more diplomatic approach? We're gonna have to test for a blood bond, so diplomatic is still going to be secluded. I think we go for diplomatic.
Cool. How would you like to set that up? I've given one potential suggestion, but you have a few. Who knows? Maybe even someone in your hive mind might know a guy that knows a guy.
Get his phone number, I guess, from we could call. Jade, no. Which one's part of the Noir? Noir is part of the
Noir is the Myrmidon and Hudson's bodyguard. So
who's the
Psychopomps?
No, yeah, or Skeezer. Skeezer's part of the. Isn't Skeezer part of the?
Skeezer's an unblinking eye.
Yeah. Oh, I have his. I have Tristan. I could do a fucking workaround, swanky workaround. I can contact.
I think Nora's already.
I can contact Jeremy Tyrell. Timel. Get his phone number.
Noir, right? I mean, Noir has already given us like his contact information. Right?
Oh, has?
No, but you could. She just kind of told you, like, about him. But she could if you really wanted. At least I'm fairly certain that... Hello?
Hello.
Yep.
Okay. She could, but I don't believe she has yet.
No, she hasn't. So... I think we just go with Noir and we try and set it up. We just need a spot where we're going to be able to run this because it is a ritual, right? Or are you going to do Kessup?
Yes.
Is it Kessup?
They're both.
Nemo.
Yeah, they're all rituals.
Well, yeah.
But they take different time. You're right.
Yeah, and one of them is for infernalism, right? Does it also check for any sort of blood bond?
Well, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They check for bonds, and they can also identify if those are infernal. All three versions have that capability. The level 2 or the level 3 has the ability to more positively identify and break a bond. The level 5 has the ability to determine who's on the other side of the bond.
Yep.
Well, Con, which one are you gonna go with? You want to go with 5?
I was thinking about preparing 3 and 5. So that way, if I prepare them, at least then they can have them ready.
Well, in which case, we'll need to, we're gonna hit them with a ritual. So diplomacy would be nice, but I don't know how we're gonna talk them into it.
Our diplomacy was great with Liam Best.
That was
the best kind of diplomacy is when they don't. Yeah, it was. The best kind of diplomacy is when they only have one real answer.
I think they call that gunboat diplomacy.
Exactly. You Americans should know that.
In which case, do you think maybe we just need a spot to do it?
His house. I'll go in, make sure he's there. I'll sit him down, and then you guys can come in.
I'm kind of hoping that we could be more diplomatic than that.
I'm a very nice man.
Because, unfortunately, he is a person who regularly trades in boons, and I imagine that he probably has a lot of, well, he doesn't have a whole lot of respect in his own clan, but he still has.
He can't use those boons when I'm behind him.
Yeah, it's after the fact is the problem, I think.
Yeah, well, if he has a bond, and he has a certain bond, a certain someone, guess what that means? His boons go with him. Ta-da!
Does a man with no limbs really have boons?
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding.
we're keeping with limbs. Oh, I was going with head. Nothing like a little decapitation.
I throw the Nemoidian eyes across the wall. No, okay.
Tom, what do you think? Tom, what do you think?
Hmm?
How do you think we go with this? Do we think we just show up at his house, or do you want to like try and negotiate it out of him,
Or we're trying to see if he has like boon or like blood bonds, right?
Yeah.
Do you really think we're gonna be able to convince this hoity-toity dude to just let us cast a whole bunch of rituals on his ass?
I'm very strongly leaning towards no. You know what? I think we're just gonna have to be a little forceful in this. Unfortunately, I think.
Yeah,
you're
this
right.
is very important. You can't afford to dick around with it.
I agree.
And you go to Noir to help her get this information, or are you just like, hey, where does he live? Or are you asking like, hey, we need to meet, we need to get him alone?
I think getting him alone might be the best course, because he might not be into his haven until some early time in the morning or something, so we need a time to just get him ASAP alone.
Sure. And that, again, your previous actions paying forward, Noir is willing to do this as a non-boon favor. She doesn't ask a price for it. She's just, hey, remember that I did this later. She says after a brief pause, like probably 10-15 minutes, she can set it up. It's going to be at one of her havens. She doesn't care if you make a mess or not. Just don't make a mess outside. And don't bring anyone else there.
Of course not.
Yeah. She gives you the location of what is, at least right now, a closed, basically 2-floor supermarket. It is in this domain, so it's like the first and basement floor of a townhouse. And both would be open to the public. Like, it's actually kind of neat how, like, the side exit in the alley that goes down is also a main entrance. But since it's all closed, it looks like the business went out of business. It's all locked up tight, and everything's drawn. The shutters are down. But she tells you basically the keypad combination to get in through the basement door. So you have a sequestered building within which you find something, as you expect. You find our man Tristan Oskell sitting at the counter, seeming to mind his business. The lights are on. Seems he might have turned them on. Though perhaps I'm just gonna do it by the books. I didn't plan that. That would have been pretty cool though, but I didn't think about it beforehand. So there is another person in the room who is just kind of also relaxing, though they seem to have pulled up a chair and are just kind of like looking over at our man from a distance. Hunson will turn and wave to you guys, as if this is just completely normal, but Tristan is the one who is a little more surprised to see 5 Kindred walk in and not Noir, and mention, I was confused to find Hunson here, but now I am actively concerned.
Oh, don't worry about it, Mr. Oscar. This will be just a simple routine sort of questioning. Mr. Medell, I hadn't expected to see you here either.
He waves again, and he will say, I didn't expect to be here either, but I think this is the best place to be. Especially since I think you have important questions for my friend. I'm sorry, Tristan, I can never remember your last name. We aren't that good friends, I hate to say, but I'm interested in your answers to their questions, so I really hope you answer them honestly. They might hurt you if you don't.
I'll look straight at Tristan.
I'm not gonna.
My right hand is not visible, by the way.
Anything.
Tristan, who is perhaps not made feeling any better by that, says, well, what can I help you with? The boon trade is something you might need to ask the Harpies about more than me, but I'm happy to help.
Well, Mr. Oscar, I'll go ahead and just touch on that topic since you brought it up. One, thank you for that. I appreciate the offer, but I feel like you're very quick to jump to that topic. Two, I feel like to say that I should refer to the Harpies instead of you might be slightly disingenuous, considering that you seem to be a man of some reputation with the boon trade. I feel like you might be deflecting just a little bit.
I am deflecting what I am hoping is anything that will remove my blood from my body. If I can answer more salient questions, just provide them and I will happily answer them. That is what we're here for, right? He says, thinking this is a, air quotes, questioning.
I'm gonna start laying down my mat, unroll my fucking, like, poster board thing that I have of, like, all my fucking rituals that are, like, you know, the prepared rituals, slide it across the floor, start setting it up. Continue.
This is indeed part of a questioning, so let's see. Mr. Oscar, I feel like you've kind of been around for quite a while, and you've well, earned yourself quite the position, being whipped to somebody so charismatic and truly as, let's say, long-lived as our dear Hans Medell here.
He, de facto, just completely rolls his eyes, not even hiding it. Hunson doesn't react, though. But continue.
And I feel like the question may be that why do you feel like you were chosen to be the whip for Clan Malkavian?
Well, he says as he looks over at Hunson, not expecting an answer, but again acknowledging Hunson is in the room as he says this, as he continues. Perhaps in a rare moment of clarity, I was given the opportunity to show that not all Malkavians are shadow dancing, soothsaying pranksters. That we can be a little more than that if we ascribe to anything, really.
I think that's a good answer. I quite like that answer. So to me, I think what you've said is you serve as sort of a counterbalance. You're perhaps on the opposite end of a spectrum.
That's one way to put it. We could talk a lot about a spectrum, but yes.
All right, then let's talk about it. And the actions that you've taken as whip, how do you feel like you've effectively served as that counterbalance?
To be the exact opposite of one specific kindred, he points straight at Hudson.
I see. And clearly, Mr. Medell thinks that that is a good purpose and a well-suited role for you. So, let's see. He seems to take that sort of opposition in good stride and appreciates that. In which case, would you think that your counterbalancing is effective?
Honestly, not particularly. I mean, I've made good strides for Clan Malkavian, and with Hunson's backing, which, to be completely honest, I don't completely understand, I am able to steer people towards something resembling, occasionally, thought, but I suppose that is still some kind of effect.
I see. And I think another important aspect to that is, in fact, your trading in boons. Mr. Bedell, I believe, is very averse to the entire sordid affair. While you are not, I feel like you might, in that role, act as a lightning rod.
He pauses at that and looks over at Hunson. There's no reaction from Hunson. He looks back at you, Jackie, and says, "How do you mean? Do you think I succeed because?" He looks at Hunson. They're actually... Damn. I've never thought of that.
Well, I'm glad that this questioning is revealing a lot of answers for all of us. Well, how do you feel, Mr. Oskell? Are we feeling better, more friendly?
I am always friendly. I mean, one potential person in the room. I could add you to the list if you really wanted to, but I was about to say the only person with any real in this room that I'm not inherently fond of is probably the Primogen himself, and it's not... Well, actually, it has everything to do with personal reasons, but it's not professional. I can serve as his whip without personally agreeing with everything he stands for. Seeing as how he's given me the leeway, which originally I had to grow into a bit of a spine. But, yes, oh dear.
Well, I'm glad that we've sort of established that you might also agree on that perspective. In which case, let's talk about those boons.
Yes.
Give me a broad sort of overview of specifically what kind of boons you trade in. Are you more of a middleman who collects boons from boons paid by another, or do you provide services?
I provide services where I can, though I'm not a particularly powerful kindred, so that is limited. I will say that I do, from time to time, offer what I would consider, well, what you said, middleman services. I help connect people, I help obfuscate things going on. If there is something to ultimately be gained from doing that, I will stand in to make sure it looks like an arrangement didn't happen between two people. It's profitable enough. In the end, though, probably more service than that, though, again, what I'm able to do is not as much as some.
Alright, then what are you able to do?
I'm able to broker disciplines, I'm able to introduce individuals, and I'm able to also give a unique perspective on things as a more, shall we say, classically trained Malkavian. I've got something that's a little lost in today's Camarilla. He'll say, like an absolute Reddit poster.
A more refined gentleman, then. Good to call back to olden times, then.
I'm going to pull out my ceremonial dagger, slice my thumb, put it in there. Do you mind sticking your hand out?
Yes, I would normally, but in this case, I find myself having no reservations at all. He sticks his hand out.
Wonderful. Slip. Place it here. Marvelous.
Yeah, standard one test. You won't need to rouse if you end up doing multiple, or you want to collect his blood for a vial. He will need to rouse. Obviously,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter for you.
Well,
Right?
I'll take a vial. Fuck it.
I'm a fine addition to my collection. And once that is done, and he's continued asking, I will cast Mimo.
Damn, gonna hit him with a Mimo.
Yeah.
Going for anything he can. Maybe there's multiple Bali. No, but that's going to be a difficulty 6. Damn,
Booyakasha,
everybody
booyakasha.
rousing hard.
Booyakasha.
Damn.
Let's see it, pal. Let's see Azad's card.
Passes. That's a crit,
Booyakasha
too.
was a Booyakasha.
Booyaka.
There are no bonds coming off of him. Let me just make sure that there's nothing else Mimo gets. I don't think so.
No.
But since there's no bonds, at least, he has...
No blood bonds? At
No,
all?
no blood bonds at all, though. That is not perhaps the answer you want on a crit like that, but
Yes.
it is... He is clean, which... announcement of which seems to make Hudson a little more relaxed.
Yeah, I will immediately roll my stuff up. I will look at Jackie, fully ignoring him at this point in time, and I will go, he no longer interests me. Goodbye.
Alright.
And as I will just sit in the corner beside Hudson.
In which case, not to diminish the services you provide, but I think perhaps the greater effect might be this obfuscation of these other deals. What all can you tell me about that?
Well, given that we are all friends here, I will risk my standing with the Harpies, and I will tell you. There are a few people who don't like leaving trails. And among them, I've struck up something of a rapport, and it's worked out well in my favor. If you want me to list them all out, I will gladly do so. It is...
No, I was just asking because I didn't want the answer.
That's not what I meant. I thought maybe you would elaborate, but I will gladly pencil you in a list of every single one of them. All right, let's see. It's a short list, thankfully, though it is, again, if you can avoid it, don't tell the Harpies that I'm disclosing private boons. It would hurt me greatly.
Mr. Osco, this meeting has never happened, and none of us have ever been in the same room together.
Exactly. The first one, the... oh goodness. The new brood, Trentino, Mr. Bacardi at the bank. I've worked well with him, it's been a good arrangement, and for the most part, I only need to really just send messages to different people. Nothing that's ever really questionable. He just does not, well, leave the domain, so to speak. I don't know what arrangement he has with his other compatriots, but that's one. The others are... there is a Karna. I believe he goes by the name of Belfax. He is a relatively agreeable fellow, and he can secure me certain access to information in the Anarchs, and in turn, I make sure that his contact with other Tremere isn't, well, on the nose. The last one... I have a certain operating relationship with the Gangrel, and one in particular, their Marcus Lear.
Marcus Lear. And who is Marcus Lear?
I'm gonna give you the freebie. That's their,
I know.
Okay, yeah.
I want to see what he says.
He doesn't actually know. He's just gonna say he's an ancilla, seems well put together. I don't necessarily follow how their clan functions. To be honest, half the time I'm impressed they can speak.
Fair enough. And what exactly does Marcus Lear want that so desperately needs obfuscation?
He's the most difficult of my clients. He doesn't want to be seen at all. Ever.
Ever?
If it can be helped. That's, as I think you understand, that is thoroughly impossible, but... well, some kindred have high standards.
And why exactly has he ever said?
I try not to ask, especially as he is perhaps the more irritable of the kindred I've worked with in the past. I don't work with him as much anymore.
Since when and why?
He was dissatisfied with my services, attempting to keep a certain communication between him and I actually don't know what clan it is, but well, a woman that he just simply called Blue. I again have little else to go on, but apparently she found out. I'm assuming she, used a pronoun exactly once. And not only has he failed to acknowledge that I still did what he asked, admittedly, maybe not to the standard he wished, he's not been entirely receptive to mending that bridge.
And you were just a courier in this? Just get the message from Leah to Blue, right?
Yes, and he did make certain expectations, disciplines, and again, obfuscate, primarily.
And he wanted to remain anonymous in this?
Yes.
Or... I see. So you don't know what the contents of the letter were?
No, not in the slightest.
How did you get in contact with Mr. Lee in the first place?
It was Elysium. I was attempting to broaden my resources, and he was a kindred I didn't recognize, and... well, I'd heard him referred to as ancilla by a kindred. I think it was actually, who's that one in the gangrel that can actually communicate like a human being? The girl.
Ela?
Yes, she was, well, in much the same position I was, had offended him somehow, and I'd overheard, and I thought I'd swoop in and do better. And I maybe did better, but just not for terribly long.
Hmm. So this, let's see. That's how you got into contact with him the first time. What about the subsequent times?
Well...
oh, allow me to rephrase. How do I find Mr. Leo?
He favors... one, he actually tracked me to my haven. Terribly rude. I was not terribly fond of that. But I did manage to find him once. I am willing to tell you just, well, again, this didn't happen, and, well, maybe even if this never happened, maybe encourage him to not be awake for a while, to remember that maybe I exist.
Right. Well, Mr. Oscar, allow me to say that this conversation is important. I will not diminish our discussion right now, but this is all to a point, and let's say that I am not out to get you specifically. So, Mr. Leah may or may not be your problem at the end of this, or not.
That is enough for me. There is a park. A specific park. Just before the canal forks, and you enter the Nosferatu domain. Due west. It is not the nicest place, but... and he's not there frequently, but if you keep an eye out for animal famuli, you will find him there.
Right before the canal forks and before it crosses over into the Nosferatu domain. Let's see, I think I've got the general gist.
Yep. Just west of the
Which
canal.
animal family?
Particularly large birds. Very large birds. And hard to miss, but...
I guess that suits the name. I see. Now, let's think. That's the thing that caused you to fall out with Mr. Leah, but what are some things that Mr. Leah had you do, other than not wanting to be seen in general?
Similar delivering missives,
The same blue or others?
different people, again, usually obfuscated. A Henry here, an Al here, goodness forbid. I might
And
assume.
These Henrys, these Als. You know who they are?
No, and usually it's dropping them at public places. He, again, found me in my haven, so he might know others, or he might be directing people to find these, and then, well, conversation continues there.
Hmm. Well, are they... Let's see. How do I want to phrase this in the most diplomatic way? I think directness might be the best. Mr. Oscar, before I leave, is there anything that you might want to disclose to me now in regards to the questions that I've asked you, or to anything else you might want to inform me about that would be preferential to know before or if I have to come back to visit you again?
He looks over at Hudson and just says, though I, again, entirely personal reasons, I have no antagonistic reasons to act against my primogen. It is entirely to my benefit we have this relationship. If something has happened and it is untoward and would be untoward for Malkavians as a whole, I did not do it of my own conscious will. It is the only thing I could think of, other than, I don't know if, I mean, there's the obvious. If you want to know more about Lear and you have the ability and the respect, you could go to their primogen. That would be the normal process.
I know.
Then that is all I know.
I'm gonna give the assumption that that little disclaimer about acting against anybody not being of your own free will, that was just in case that
Yes.
might have happened. You don't have any supposition that that may have happened in the past.
No, I have no reason to think so, but I fear most people who end up affected by disciplines like that say the same.
That is generally the case. Mr. Melden, I appreciate you chiming in here. You don't have any suspicion that that may be the case with Mr. Oscar here, is that right?
No, not of a conventional nature. I just wanted to make sure that it was not the things that make your friend Azad very unhappy. I have ways of deducing less than that, but if it was that, I would sadly be out of my element.
I see. So, in which case, I think that my questioning is satisfied. Are there any others from my associates? Leon, do you have anything for the man?
Nope.
Christopher?
No, not really. Not that I can think of, anyway.
All right, good. Well, in which case, based off of the description that he has given us, I think, Mr. Medell, that you have chosen quite the fine whip to keep you out of all this really, frankly, annoying business.
I agree, and I am glad that not any great harm has come to him, though I can tell that it seems that there is great harm out there.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but thankfully, I think that Mr. Oskell is fairly removed from all of it.
Then may we hope that that continues to be the case.
I think my line of questioning is concluded then. Mr. Oskell and Mr. Bedell, thank you for your time. I appreciate the candidness between all of us. And if I see you next, let it be under better circumstances, Mr. Oskell.
He will nod. Hansen will seem to get up with you guys as though there's, just like, hey, this, wow, so funny, so crazy. But he doesn't need to be here anymore. He saw what he needed to see. But he's leaving with you, so... If there were questions for Hansen, he does happen to be right here.
You seem to have quite the tolerance for that man, even though he seems quite brazen in his not quite so affectionate appraisal of you.
Yes, he says what he thinks, and that is how he lets it out when there isn't a problem. And I think that's good. That's healthy for him. I've been called much worse.
Well, that is quite unfortunate.
One time a Ventrue called me a talking broken vase.
Did he really?
Yes. It was in Belgian, though.
I feel like I should be offended for you on the basis that that is just a poor insult in general. I'm sorry that the Ventrue were not presenting their best insult game at the time. I'm sorry that we did not insult you better at the moment. Well, what do you make of his involvement in this kind of boon sequestering?
In his best interest, a lot of the Malkavians are inherently rather insular. He gets us out there, and that's a good thing. The only issue is that being out there invites attention that is not always a good thing. What I would say is, I didn't doubt his character, but unfortunately, in such trying times with such interesting people around, I did worry if, well, his blood and his age might have made him susceptible, but I'm glad it does not appear to be so.
I've put Mimo on Hansen, right?
I don't think you have.
Hey, Hansen, I've got a weird unrelated question.
Sure, what's up? Oh, he wouldn't say what's up, but...
What's
What's up, brother?
What a dad, dude.
He says. Hudson goes, what's up,
Yeah,
brother?
dude, what's good?
remember that weird thing that we found when we were looking for a bugaboo? What did that end up being?
Well, it's funny you should ask. I have almost no idea, but almost is better than not almost. It is not inherently kindred in origin. It is a headpiece. It is not entirely unlike some that exist, but it is old, and it is of a demographic I'm not incredibly familiar. I had somebody take a look at it not too long ago, in fact. It's, well, North African.
North African. Interesting.
And as you might imagine, very, 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 very old.
He was
Old North African and also in North America.
Yes. And buried, if you're still that is where you found it. Buried.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Hansen, I have a question.
Hello. He does say that.
Would you undergo the same ritual I commenced upon your whip?
Sure.
I will do such, and I will prepare it. I'm gonna kill something.
alright, let's see, Con. Let's see Paul Allen's card.
Messy crit. Fun.
Uh-oh.
I can normal crit if you want me to. I can reroll 3, which I might do actually.
That's up to your.
Nope, I rolled fail. All 3 failed on that. How is that fucking possible?
Well, as the old saying goes,
Messy quit it is.
can't win them all.
Or I can win just with a punishment.
With the pain. No pain,
Yeah.
no gain.
No pain, no gain.
Well, you succeeded. Just the effects of the messy crit on Amimo is
Rough. Actually, hold on. Con, you might want to double check that, because I think that was the messy crit on Mimo could fuck you.
Oh, he's already done it.
No.
You got the messy crit the first time.
Yeah, they don't. It doesn't. It doesn't
right.
do anything extra.
Yeah, nothing extra. I might say it resets the timer, but hey, what's a little timer between friends? Hunson is the Domitor in a single bond.
Oh.
But he has no infernal bonds, and he is not the Domitee in any bonds.
That break automatically?
Uh,
We choose to break it.
I'm pretty sure it breaks automatically.
Oh.
But he agreed, so he didn't really care that much.
Yeah, I will immediately go. Well, Hansen, I didn't know that you had somebody bonded, but I do apologize.
Oh well.
Did you know that you had someone bonded?
Yes, it was necessary. But
Is it still necessary? Do we need to contain this person now for you?
No, I think we will be fine. I did it as I thought it would be worthwhile protection for them, but
Oh.
well, if not, then well.
May I ask whom?
Oh, okie dokie.
Oh. Oh.
Ah. I think perhaps that may have been a fair assessment considering, but let's see, did you ever realize those fears? Was there anything that you picked up on that sort of encouraged you to maintain that bond, or was it something that was just in case?
I will say it like this. Imagine you are very old and you do not care about Mr. Powell, and you are afraid of being seen not liking Mr. Powell. How do you not like Mr. Powell while there are people around to see you not liking Mr. Powell?
You do it through others?
That's one way, though that is a good way to break your toys. I must say, he's a patient prince, but I don't think he's that patient. Especially not when he needs his drink. You control what they see.
Naturally.
And
You just don't get seen not liking him.
yes,
Kind of the...
or you make people see things that are obvious no one should like. In either case, and Powell takes great steps to ensure this doesn't happen, but his master of the net, his keeper of Elysium, is a single point of failure, and while I am sure that Powell would find out, but it would prevent immediate damage, and moreover, he's seen so little that it protects from the potential of it going unnoticed for a while. But now, Okie Dokie is free. Not that I've ever commanded him to do anything. Honestly, the opposite. We just need to hope that nobody finds where he is and does anything to him. Because there are very many interesting people around, and though I try to learn about them, it's hard to say what can happen.
Well,
Yeah. Can I ask Hansen if who between him is older, Powell or himself?
Powell.
Okay.
you want to keep going with this one, Azad? Because we could throw Strom in there, too.
Yeah, Strom as well, yeah.
I don't know, but Powell says he's older than Strom. Or at least he's of a lower generation than Strom. I think he has mentioned that Strom might be older in years. Strom is very old.
True. You are as well, if you don't mind me saying.
Not at all, though. The Bible had reached where I was by the time I was sired. That wasn't the case for Strom, though he was farther away.
Interesting. Anyone else in the city that you know that is old, but we don't know? Like, I know Allison's old, but, you know, to a degree.
Allison is quite old, though not as old as I am. She would be one of them. Old people are difficult. Most aren't entirely forward with how old they are. It's kind of a big deal. But I know interesting things about people. There's one who sells sandwiches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that guy.
We know that guy, yeah.
There's a magical skateboard man.
Yeah, yeah. We know that man. That's, he's a writer. No.
Pony Express.
Yeah. I thought he was a writer. Not a...
Technically the same thing if you want to be semantic about it.
Fair, yeah. I didn't know his skateboard was magical. That's cool, though. What kind of magic?
Honestly, pretty different. Well, still thaumaturgy of some stripe, but different, interesting.
I dab up my boy fucking Leon. We need to collect that roller or that skateboard.
We need that skateboard.
We need that skateboard.
There's a mummy.
Yeah. Yeah. Continue.
There's a mummy?
A mummy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a mummy. Yeah. You guys never seen Mummy? He drove that truck. Remember that one time when we picked up Craster?
No, a
Mummy
real
was in
one.
the back. Oh, who's the real mummy?
What do you mean
I don't
real
know.
mummy?
Oh, those are real.
Huh? Oh yeah.
What do you know of this real mummy?
Oh, I don't know. They hide a lot. I don't think they like, well, something. They don't seem to mind kindred, but they seem to not like something.
Well, that's
ominous.
awesome. I mean that in the literal version of awesome. I mean that is awesome. All right. Can we top a mummy?
I mean, can you kill a mummy?
Can you kill a mummy? Can you kill a mummy?
You just unwrap them?
I don't know
Do
if
you need
that's...
Brendan Fraser?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that
Huh.
like the man who wrote the diary?
Which diary?
The one that Azad doesn't like.
Beckett's diary?
Yeah, that one. Is that what this Brendan Fraser does?
Yes. I don't know who Brendan Fraser is, but yes.
He's the mummy. He's from The Mummy.
Yeah, I pull up my phone and I show him like a clip from the movie The Mummy.
One of the greatest modern action movies ever produced. I watch it on the refrigerator all the time.
I'm more of a fan of the Scorpion King myself.
Hanson Gag. No, he doesn't.
I charge him, fucking Star-Lord. What?
Yes, The
All right.
Rock is quite entertaining. There's a mummy. Do you want to help us find this mummy? I'm curious now. You've caught my attention, Hanson.
I feel like we might just need to. We'll keep the mummy in mind. God, add it to the list.
I don't know, man. That's kind of fucking cool.
Add
The
it
fucking
to
mummy.
the list of known unknowns.
I thought it was the list of describable.
So it's a literal, honest to God mummy walking around somewhere in the city.
What do mummies do?
I don't know. They won't talk to me.
Oh.
But they're one of the interesting people.
Where do you see them often?
I don't see them often at all, but when I do, they're somewhere around the city. They seem to be moving discreetly, trying to, again, follow something. Doesn't seem to be kindred. I never see them really interested in us.
So confused.
It's also
I
a
find
big
that-
snake.
Huh?
Big snake.
Like a Sedite
What do you
snake?
mean?
I don't know if it's a Setite. I've never seen it change into anything other than a big snake.
How big is this snake? Like a boa constrictor? Is it the size of a car, or?
He extends his arms as wide as he can.
Bigger, like that big?
That's
Like just that? Like that is only that big?
This is how wide it is.
oh.
Wait,
I want that.
where is that?
Under the city somewhere. It moves
I want
around a
that.
lot.
Oh,
And
I'm
it's
gonna
like a regular snake, right? I mean, of course, it's irregular in that it's massive, but it is a snake, and then it's just a really big snake. It's not
Yeah.
a snake that shoots like paralysis venom out of its, fangs or anything.
it's a snake. Pause.
I mean, you might
Or
need
is
to
it
check.
not
I
managed?
didn't try to pet it.
Damn.
I usually
When-
leave wild animals alone, but I think it was big enough to be one of the interesting things. Or people.
All right. And okay, have we exhausted the list?
Probably not, but those are the ones I can remember right now.
Great.
There's a. Question, Hansen. Are you really good at finding things?
I can be.
You want to do me a favor?
Sure.
You want to find somebody for me?
I can help find people.
Zana the Finder.
I've never met that person. Are they interesting?
Yes. You know how interesting they are, Hansen? I can tell you exactly.
How
You must
interesting
keep
are
this
they?
a secret.
I'm good with
They-
secrets.
They are a demon.
Oh, I've never met one of those before. I am worried that one was around.
Well, there's two around technically.
He looks over at Jackie. Is this on the list of describable horrors, or is this the undescribable horrors list?
The latter.
It is. Oh wow! It really is on the describable ones, isn't it?
Well, the first one, Zana, is on the describable. The second one's not describable.
Oh, that makes it worse.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the first one,
Wow.
I believe Zana the Finder is a lesser demon.
Yeah, person bound.
Yeah. They are person-bound demon, and I want them. Preferably not harmed, but if harmed, but alive, that will suffice.
Well, we weren't telling people that there's just a demon around. Why are we still just telling people?
You're gonna find out the demon. Also, it's Hansen. He's the homie.
Yeah, let's just tell all of our friends there's a demon around.
No, just the cool ones.
So there's more
So there's more what?
that you're gonna tell?
No. I just want Hansen to find Zana the Finder for me. 'Cause I don't know where to find her. Or it. He's good at finding things. Also, just saying there's a demon around kind of incites the entire world. Yeah, there's a demon. There's always demons. I'm right in front of you.
Damn.
And I wish I had saved that one there's this one premonition that I have in my head. I only have like one part of it though in my head that I remember. It was the one about the dude biting the hand. That's the part that I remember from it.
I think I can pull that up for you, because I'm pretty sure it's in here.
Wasn't
Posted in here.
Hansen present, by the way, for the whole demon conversation? I thought he was.
He was there for the big announcement where you had the page in, like, the literal, like, the enclosed group of, hey, this is a code black. Nobody talks about this. The Archons are being called to make sure we get this unfucked.
So at least he knew, okay. I was pretty sure he already knew.
Yeah, I did actually already know about it, now that you bring that up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he already knew about it, but...
Didn't know about Zana, though, I don't think, but...
No.
I mean,
And
on the
didn't
list
know
of...
that there were two, yeah.
Yeah, on the list of secrets, I think that one actually does kind of the lesser one, because technically Dramal already knew.
Mm-hmm. And I want him to find her.
Zana to find her.
Technically speaking, I should call Jamal, actually.
Yeah.
That reminds me. I should call 2 people, actually. I think I have. A human needs beneath a kindred who bites them and is a normal cycle of life. Before the elders, so the other.
Yeah, I thought that was posted in here, but I was just couldn't find it. Maybe I scrolled past it.
So I had this this funny vision a little while ago. There was a human, a kindred bites them, and then the kindred's below the elder, and then another figure was kneeling, and then this figure bit the elder, and I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what to make of it. Well, what do you think that might mean?
Well, my first assumption is that, much like I feared with Tristan, if there were to be some kind of, let's call it a Wendigo, because I don't know what it is, and you guys didn't know there was a mummy before, now you do, so maybe we don't know anything. But if there is this Wendigo around, and it doesn't want to be seen as a Wendigo, it will kneel, and it will go through the anecdote is it plays possum as a person when really it's a Wendigo, but consider this as the more salient point I want to get to you. How do you blood bond somebody?
You give them your blood, I think?
Yes. And what does that look like if, well, you're the prey? It looks the same.
You let them feed on you.
Yes. The right Wendigo at the right time could blood bond anyone they want if they are capable enough. I think even Jackie knows the power. Or perhaps not.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Ed?
There's a power that even some neonate Ventrue have to make somebody forget 5 minutes.
Yes, indeed.
So put that on
Cloud the memory, yes.
Yeah. Put that on a powerful Wendigo, and there you are. I'd worried that Tristan might have found a demonic Wendigo, but such was not the case, but that does not mean that there's not one out there. Just like now we know that there is not a mummy that is not out there. It is out there.
Great. Well. Okay, well, do we have anything further from Mr. Medell? I believe that is a no. In which case, I hope you have a good night, Mr. Medell, and I'm sure that we will see each other again once our Elysium is finally called together with this tumultuous time to end.
He will agree.
All right. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I need to call Jamal.
Go for
We
it.
also need to rent a backhoe or something to dig up pennies.
Yeah, I'll call him on the way there. I will call Jamal. I think I have to call someone else, but I forgot who I was going to do.
Get
Yes.
Jorge on the line. I need to get this body dug up.
Last session, you mentioned going to Fiber V Tower and talking to Aisha, but that's the only thing I could think of.
Oh yeah, because I needed to talk. Well, yeah, I needed to go talk to her regarding the demon stuff and learning the name of it. But I will call Jamal first and foremost.
Drumal will answer with a fairly typical and accessible Salam Aleichem, my elder. How may I assist you this night? I have had to call the hounds for, well, what we were messaged about, but I may yet assist where I can.
I have a personal request.
Then you may ask at your leisure.
Remember our conversation in Fiber V? Well,
We've had many, but I'm imagining this is one of the more serious ones.
The one where you informed me of certain someone that you had encountered in the city before joining the ranks.
My greatest failure, yes.
Yes.
I do recall.
I would like you to try and find them. Or at least help me find them.
I've
never seen their face, so therefore I cannot use Trail of Illuminate Trail of Prey. Otherwise, I would.
I will try, my elder. It is taxing to even recall it. Their face is not a wholesome one.
Question then, my friend. Can I borrow an hour of your time? I will do a ritual to you.
I can spare an hour.
Wonderful. Come to the Succubus Club.
I will come to this place of great kindred meetings. He wasn't gonna say that. He was like, "This is not a." It's like on one hand, it's like, "Is this a place of great importance?" No, it's a place of fornication. But this is a place of great respect because a keeper of Elysium has this place. It's like, what do I call it? What do I call it? This great place of kindred importance. But yes, he will take the time. It's a bit past midnight, but he'll be able to be there by about 1 in.the morning. So if you wanted to cover something first.
Well, I was gonna say while they're doing their stuff of while they're doing
going to my place.
Because we're going to go talk to Pennies, trying to cut the time in half.
I don't think Pennies is buried at the Succubus Club. I mean, she might be. I don't know.
I thought she was.
He is in the depths of the Succubus Club with everyone else.
Okay.
But no one else is allowed down there.
Well, then I guess I'll do it at my place then. Yeah,
Yeah, that's where the secret stuff is.
I'll go to my haven then, and then I'll just do it there. I'm gonna do guided memory on them basically.
Yeah, go for it. You can.
And
Can I feed beforehand? In preparation.
Yeah, you can attempt to feed and then roll your ritual test. For Drumal, the ritual test will have to beat.
What's the added bonuses we get from inhabiting our domain, by the way?
I don't know what bonuses you get, but I know it's like difficulty 3 to
You-
pass. Or
you can get a +1 if you hunt in the Succubus Club, but any
Nope.
one that you get would
I can't
mean
hunt in
that
the
you're
Succubus Club.
afflicted by a drug. Oh yeah, that's a good
Yeah, you
point.
can't.
there you go. Hell
That's a
yeah.
normal crit.
Yeah, based as fuck. Yeah, you recover too.
Perfecto. And then I will cast a guided memory on my guided
Yeah.
memory.
You need to beat a 4 to get past your mall taking half.
Okay, I have to add this. Give me a second. I have to add this ritual because I didn't add it.
Also, I think you have a library for +1 at your haven.
I do. I do indeed. This is going to be intelligence and rituals. Rollable. Rouse. Cost 1. No, not use skills. Yeah. It's a level 4. Edit. This is called guided memory. I succeeded. And I'm gonna rouse one more.
Hey, boom.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
If Pennies is in the bottom of the Succubus Club,
8 successes.
is she like buried in the floor? Is she in like in the
I think you're
wall?
asking too many questions
Whoa.
about what happens in the Succubus Club. Your concerns are with your room in the
Did you
Succubus Club.
put her like vertical, like in the ground, like a fucking plant, or like horizontal? Like,
You are asking too many questions.
all right.
The Ventrue need not worry about the interior design, but for Drumal, who makes himself at peace and who subjects himself to your ritual, you... I'm gonna see if I can't change this up. It's a memory, and quite a strong one. As, again, even Drumal himself called it his biggest failure. As, again, he is the same, frozen in time in the flesh, but his attire is much different. It's actually much more modern, and he actually looks a good bit more like you. A hood pulled over his turban and his head. Everything about him disguised except for the sword he's fished out of what looks to be a sling bag on his hip. Being a curved blade and more typical, it's easier to do so with. He has not even been given the blade of smoke and shadow that probably you fashioned once you arrived. He is instead using his steel blade. Consecrated though it is, he is pursuing a voice, though not one that mocks him, one that instead beckons him to leave this place, as it says, "You would destroy this mortal vessel for the crime of having a chance to live." And Drumal barks back, "Your existence is an affront, not just to Allah, but to Haqim and to me. Show yourself, demon, and I will send you back to hell." And it's just at that point I will reveal a picture and a character to you.
Thank you, my friend.
But he will say, or rather, the figure will say, I think not, Jumalal Mashrad. You are a cruel man. Instead, you may try, but I will come back again until this mortal has found its peace and we are both released. I may leave this place, but I will not cast this mortal soul to hell. Not as callously as you would. And though Drumal does try, his consecrated blade, though does seem to cut the demon to pieces, there is no sense of finality as the word rings true even after he's butchered a mortal corpse. Well beyond recognition and well to the point of a masquerade breach. The sound of the voice repeating that phrase, I will not consign this mortal soul to hell, rings in his ears even after the body is broken, dismembered, suggesting that ultimately he could do nothing but break a feeble body that will almost certainly return again.
Yeah.
But
what section would this be in, by the way?
Oh, I need to actually reveal
No,
it.
no worries. You're good.
I
just didn't know if I'd seen it or not.
Where? Oh, I think I might need a reveal for you too. Let me see. Do you have... Oh, you don't. Okay, you get a whole new section, bud.
Hell yeah, let's go!
Oh
Yes.
no, the indescribable horrors folder.
No, this is describable horror.
Uh,
No. I saw it pop, I just didn't know where. There, I see it. Oh god, I see oh god. Oh god. I see both. Oh, fucking
Jamal did say knowing its face was not a pleasant.
Oh, I've seen worse. I will say that
I think
to
the
him.
other one's worse.
Yeah, I will tell him fucking straight up, this is nothing in comparison to what I've seen. Jamal. Not to downplay your
Your pain.
your pain, but fuck me, this hurts.
Don't worry, pal. It gets worse.
Exactly. That's the vibes. Don't worry, pal. There's still things on the indescribable horrors list for you.
Yeah.
But no,
Look it over to him like first time.
Can crack and illuminate trail of prey on them now, hypothetically speaking.
you could. How
And-
far you get, you'd have to find like where the trail starts, but you, again.
Yes. So I'm gonna ask Jamal, where was this? Do I remember where this? I don't want to see them again, Dom. Fucking Jesus! I shut that page down. I don't want to see them. They're terrifying. Okay, stop flashing them to me.
Well, he'll say that it was a bit due east of the Bruja domain where he first encountered them, so not quite.
Was it in the street or was it like in the Undercity?
It was in the street. This was again.
Oh.
It was a mortal, like that
Yeah.
he got the EBGBs
From.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because the whole shtick, I think you rolled this once before, but the whole shtick of the person-bound demon is,
Yeah.
supposedly the lore says, they bind to a human so that they can overcome their their distance from the divine, and in order to do so, they have to bind to a weak soul, one that's close to death. Usually one that is also filled with despair or apathy. So, with that knowledge, you can assume that this demon probably wouldn't sequester the human away to make those feelings worse.
Mm-hmm.
Because, much like the ancient Salubri menace, if they are properly killed, if anybody could do that in this form, then both die. But if they're liberated, then they live. Or they both move on. And the demon avoids becoming an earthbound.
Did we have, so I saw this form, the form that this form is the one I saw, or did we see an actual human as well? Human form. Like, we saw the human form?
Drumal doesn't quite remember which human it was.
Okay.
Like, you'd get flashes of a few different humans, but...
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will, pop that motherfucking eliminate. Well, I guess I can't do it now yet. But I guess I would have to go to, back where...
If it's still there, if it hasn't relocated.
Yeah.
It's within the last 24 hours, which is the problem. So
True.
you have to find where it's been in the last day in the entire city.
Yeah.
And this was years ago, so...
Mm-hmm.
So, it'll help. Maybe if Hudson actually turns something up,
Yeah.
that might give you at least like a day lead or something.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Jamal, by the way, for your help. If you do see them again, as well, Jamal, notify me.
After I clean up the blood vomit from myself, I will do so. No, but...
They are not eradicate on site. They are
Interrogate on site.
interrogate on site.
He will thumbs up.
And depending upon their answers, then that will determine if they're exterminate on site.
He will move with that knowledge. Back at the Succubus Club, do we only pull up pennies? Or do we not want to do that?
Yeah.
While they do that, I will then be going to Aisha
No problem.
by myself.
World is your oyster over at the Succubus Club. Just whatever you feel like is the next step. All good.
What's the reservation, Boom?
Minecraft villagers.
Is it a question of not doing it at all, or doing it plus something else?
Plus something else. I want to do it. I just... Alright, Pennies. Let's get you up.
Pennies?
I get my little scarab motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I still... Penny's still staked through the heart. Will tie Pennies down to her, to the scarab. Scarab, go to the top floor. Chop chop.
Our new friend will mosey on up and hold on to pennies, if that is the directive, or pennies may be arranged in any desired fashion at this point. That being the case, there is no issues.
Yeah, we're still in like the still below the Succubus Club, but where people can come to.
Yeah, this
As in
is
the okay people, like the coterie members, and
yeah,
this isn't Leon's personal
staff
maze
only.
of yeah, where he keeps the mayor fetus
Absolutely.
and other fetuses. I have one of Jackie.
He can only come blood.
Still come.
The worms are back.
The worm. The worm.
Leon,
The
I
worms
keep
are
shooting
back.
worms. Whenever I see the mayor, my pee-pee gets hard. Leon, help me.
The worms are back.
But Pennies is at your disposal, and they can start fully grappled.
Yeah, I'll have some of the watchmen down here with their shotguns and
Absolutely.
all that and stationed. All right, Jackie. One rule. What is it?
Bump and grind when commanded, I guess. I don't know.
The hell's wrong with you?
I don't know.
You think that's the time and place?
That seems like one of your rules. I'm pretty sure I saw that posted on the hallway somewhere.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
I'm just saying what I saw. All right.
I think you go into your mayor's office too much.
So what is the one rule?
I don't know. I was asking you. You can wake up pennies anytime you want.
Well, then I think that my answer was completely legitimate. You're really blowing this up over nothing.
I think you just want to bump and grind. I don't know what's been going on with you tonight, dude. You're really hypersexual.
Shut up. I'll wake her up.
Give it a rouse check. You hate to see it.
Yeah, me too.
Let's see. Not optimal. For the sake of the funsies, I'll say this has probably been a longer term plan. We're just giving her the last dot she'd need because you do not have higher blood potency. But
Do I?
I do not believe so.
Diablerization.
But she will awaken, though very, very, very beaten
Awaken.
to shit.
Awaken. I command you to rise.
I love that song.
Rise.
Rise.
And awaken.
Pennies, what
A lot
kind
of Deathclot references lately.
Yeah, I love it. Pennies kind of glances over, not as petrified as last time when she was beaten to absolute fuck, and is still being held by our friendly neighborhood roly-poly. She will ask as she kind of moves her jaw back into place from dislocation and goes, "Are you all still in there?"
What?
Where are we, pennies?
I've never seen this building before.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
I don't make
A place
it a
like
habit.
this? This is a place of culture.
Well, I'm assuming you're not giving me a tour out of attempting to make a Nosferatu more cultured. Why have you pulled me back?
Well, it's time for your questioning.
Oh, good.
Kind of gave us a little fight there. You didn't want to come with us. What's the deal with that?
I thought I was going to be eaten, and if I'm being honest, I am still worried that it is on the table.
Why would I, an Archon, want to eat you?
I don't know why an Archon would want to eat anybody, but I know why powerful old kindred would.
Who's that? Who are you afraid of?
Would that I knew I could attempt to bribe Powell with that information for my safety. But instead, I don't know who, I only know fingers and puppets and strings.
Okay, give me one string. What's it connected to?
That one I can do. Check real quick, because there is a shared connection. I just need to know the name. There's one. They are above all not, I think, the enemy, though it would be very convenient if they were for me. Among the new brood Nosferatu.
Go on.
Oh, where'd it go? Come on. Come on out. I need the name. Kumu has been more than a little unstable. Okay, refresh. What? Am I still here?
Yes.
Okay, good. That was a little spooky. One in particular, there. I have to search this. Oh, that's why it didn't come up. I'm stupid. Or... Okay, where the fuck's my shit? Hello? I can't find a fucking character. Where the fuck did they go? Why are they not on the Como? I see them right here.
They don't want to be found.
God, I fucking wish. Okay, I'm just gonna search their name, which... Okay, for some reason, they literally weren't popping unless I searched something very specific. Kumu problem. One of the ancillae, Jericho Taller, he's... I don't know what, but I know he's not in control. He's not on good terms with Harding, and on at least one occasion he's used excuses for his associates that, well, Harding is getting in his way, but they're not true. I don't know why, but that's just one. I know the gangrel are affected too. I don't know who, but someone is not in control in the Gangrel clan. I worried that it was the Primogen. But as soon as they ever so much as get a hint of anything improving their standing as a clan or new membership, there's always something standing in the way. One of them. And that's the two I can definitely point to. There are others. The Tremere, with Lord Strom sequestered away. It is unlike him, and has been unlike him for a very long time. Is that enough for one thread?
Do you have any other threads?
One, I know Powell fought something underneath the city, something that went over to the Sabbat, something Nosferatu, and I know where they came from.
Where?
Deep in the Warrens beneath the city, intermingled with the Undercity and parts where the Warrens have been allowed to decay. The oldest parts that are Nosferatu. There is a spawning pool, one that has been ignored for over a century. It once belonged to the Nosferatu, but they were visited, and we lost the spawning pool. The sire of that Sabbat Nosferatu was down there. I know not what happened to them, but to hear it from the Sabbat Nosferatu, they were attacked, and the spawning pool had to be purged by Nosferatu hands. And it tried to eat them.
Huh.
So, between Strom and these other kindred I still have to assume that something is out there eating them, and in the long years I've thought, who else benefits more than the Tremere? I have thought Strom was eating them until he turned strange, and then I worry something's going to eat him too.
Um, I may be misremembering, but I think you mentioned something about your sire.
Yes. My sire was one that was sacrificed to contain the spawning pools, though I don't know if that's true. They might have just been eaten as well. And that is the truth. I don't know what happened, but my sire and our grandsire, the one who was in charge of everything in the Warrens long ago, some 200 years, they're all gone now. Lost to whatever attacked, ate, or purged them. I've dared not go back down there. Not since the Tremere tried and failed.
Ding, 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 ding. Now you get to try with us. Lucky for you. That is, of course, if you want to redeem yourself. I mean, attacking an Archon is, the crime and punishment for that. So, I mean, there's really judgment now, bada bing, bada boom, or you help us and potentially redeem yourself.
I think we can do that.
Good. I do love cooperation. It's quite a thing.
When do we go?
Well, I'm gonna get a bit more blood for you so you can heal up. And we'll just continue to have you. You're not. Are you a fighter? What's your skill set?
I'd say she isn't.
I can fight to some degree, not as well as some of you, but I'm also difficult to find, so I can spin both of those together.
Okay. Well. Hey, Jackster.
Please don't call me that.
Hey, Jackdog, Jackrabbit.
I don't think these are getting better, but I'm listening.
Well, how about I deputize you for a hot minute, and you blood bond her, just so we know that everything's on the level. You
I
don't fight,
guess.
right, Pennies?
I can accept this. It's...
Yeah, I don't want you to sneak away without us.
No. Especially not after I demonstrated those talents last time we met.
Or we could just have you bound up as you are now.
Hey, Charles.
Charles is listening.
Can I borrow that stone you got, by the way? I want to repay the favor.
He'll hand over the stone momentarily. The power of a crater in your hand.
I'm gonna raise it, ready to fucking chuck this bitch. Just at her and Pennies.
Oh, you're here too? I thought it was just me and Jackie. Okay, hell yeah.
Oh.
No, that's not to say that you can't be here. You definitely can. I just didn't know you were anyone else but me and Jackie were here.
I mean,
Hey, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Good night.
Good night.
See ya.
But did we want to have Azad run any rituals on her, or?
I mean we're here, might as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we need to do a memo, but
Only if
Actually,
I'm allowed.
I could.
Only if I'm allowed to flashbang her first. Again, repay the
with the
favor.
Clarkstone.
Yeah, the Clarkstone.
You don't need it. I can just dominate her
This is true.
to help us.
Yeah,
Well,
you could.
You could tell her if she's bonded to anyone,
But
or
that's,
and then if she says no, and then if she get, but then
I don't think you can. Ask
you can't dominate. You can't ask questions.
No, you
Yeah.
can't interrogate. Yeah.
So I can technically just gossip her and see if she's even bonded, which is it would be less of a thing for me. Less bad.
Dude, I saw Fall Guy today. It was a really good movie.
Yeah. I saw it in the theaters while I was in Indianapolis. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've downloaded that personality now.
I hope he just doesn't get typecasted. I mean, he's kind of he's a really good actor. Don't get me wrong, but he's kind of like. I feel like he's getting typecasted as
The funny guy.
the funny, quick, like unorthodox dialogue,
Yeah, and
like the Leon dialogue, the just
He had to-
fucking crazy, fast-paced dialogue.
he had to
Actual
break
talking to a person dialogue.
the stereotype of the driver movies that he was doing.
Yeah.
So he broke out of that one.
You want me to cast up, by the way?
Go
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah. Okay.
You get a +2 in Succubus Club.
Oh, I should just do the Mimo then. Fuck it.
Yikes.
I'll do it one more time. Just see. There we go.
Nice.
So that gives you a +4. Damn. Difficulty 6. I've cast up 3 people today.
Very nice. She is the Domitor in 2 bonds, but she has no infernalism in her.
Ooh, 2 people. Whoa. What's that about, Pennies?
One was to an agreed upon punishment for one of the old brood neonates. I try not to bend that too much. The other is so I could spy on the Setites.
And how did you do that?
A convenient wager and a significant risk if their fellows found out about something.
Well, who did you bond?
One of their neonates is passing as an anarch gangrel. In exchange for helping to keep their secrets, I learn more of theirs.
Not just passing curiosity, or was it tied to everything else you were worried about?
I was increasingly worried about it as Well, consider all of the unrest. If someone were going to farm kindred to eat, who better than a bunch of serpents that just happen to land as the anarchs start killing each other?
Yeah, fair enough.
Even if they're not responsible, they are susceptible. So, yes, not entirely selfless of me, but I honestly doubt there are more than a handful of Setites that would be any worse. But yes, she has the Domitor bond over 2 people.
Had the Domitor bond over 2 people.
One is... At least one is still up. Oh yeah. One bond breaks, so you could pick which one you want to break.
I don't know who there are
Well,
two.
it's been
So.
a while too since we had her, right? With the time skip.
The better part of a month.
So who are the 2 options? The Setite one.
Yeah, they're about to expire anyways, but one is a Setite, the other is a Nosferatu.
I'll break the Nosferatu one. Fuck the Setite.
Yeah.
Well,
The other one will probably expire shortly, but it's still gonna be up for at least a tiny bit longer. And Pennies will not resist, or at least not resist more than she needs to help with the plan, whether she's getting bonded or dominated. She has no Domitor, so that's an option. Or you could just look her in the eyes and tell her you're best friends now.
No, I can't do that one. I can't lie.
Well, you also don't have Dominate, so we're not even talking to you, fucking
Yeah,
Jimmy
I do.
Horton.
Technically, if I share dream memories with somebody, I will have Dominate.
Well, get fucked. Tim
Hey,
Hortons.
Boom, you want to do guided memory so I can tell Penny to go fuck herself?
No.
Commit die.
But
probably don't have a good pool for that anyway.
I don't.
Pennies is willing to make the trip down to the old spawning pool. But probably will not be this night, as it rounds out to about almost 3 a.m.
But I still have time to go see Aisha now.
Probably you're in the domain. It'd be like a 15-minute drive. It's not going to take 2 hours.
Okay.
So, this is just to get down to the spawning pool, right? Right, Boom, that's what you want?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What? How deep is it?
It's pretty deep. Deeper than the Methuselah is hiding. Pennies will give a rough guesstimate, and it sounds like... Actually, I could even have Charles roll for it, but...
I also want to find that snake.
Yeah. I will ask Pennies, is the spawning pool at all related to a snake?
There are many creatures that were birthed from the spawning pool. I can't imagine what any of them are like now, if they're still alive.
Speaking of which, is that giant monstrosity that is currently holding you somehow related?
I've never
Don't
seen this thing before.
Talk to him like that.
It's a him?
Of
Hey,
course it's a him.
Have you ever found a
It's a dashing young man.
giant snake down there?
I've seen animal famuli as large snakes, but nothing.
I put my arms out as wide as Hunson's arms. It's about that wide.
Never anything quite like that, and I've known many of the largest. I mean, you met two of my oldest and most powerful famuli. Those were two of the largest snakes I knew, and they weren't that
Past tense.
large.
Oh,
Past tense. Good job.
Yes, I am very much aware. Yes.
okay.
Are you intimidated, Jackster?
Not particularly. Just trying to figure out why there is a giant snake. Just in
Why
general.
was there 3 Methuselahs hiding under the city? Why
is the sky
there
blue?
multiple
3 of them? What's the third one?
The Bali, the secret one, and your good pal, Shamut.
The Bali one?
Do we
Scarlet
count
Sister.
4 for
Oh, yeah.
Strom? Do we want to call Strom?
Well,
No, it doesn't
he's not a
count.
Methuselah.
No, he's an Elder. Yep.
Yeah, he's 6th generation.
How do you
Not,
say?
not too far
Or
off.
7th, and yeah.
He's seven. He's
Seven.
7 on the paper. He's 6 in the streets.
He's Leon's grandsire.
But it's probably gonna be about. It's gonna be 6 levels down. Actually, no, I'm wrong. That's 8. I misread my own. That's an 8. That's not a 6. It'll be 8 levels down to get to the spawning pool.
Gotta go down there anyways.
Or
You go that far down there.
Yeah, no, but we gotta go down. We gotta get to a certain level, then we gotta do a certain clairvoyance level thing, and then we go down further technically.
we
Yeah.
could start down lower, go down lower, and then come back.
Yeah, hypothetical. Yeah.
Hypothetically, yes. I only question the blood levels coming back up.
Well, all the best
Well.
laid plans.
Big brain plays right here. I make up a bunch of blood wine for us, and I store it in Strom's room.
Honestly, what you could do is you could just bleed pennies a lot, and then I'll take them. I smile.
All well and good. With the night pretty much ending with this, is there... Well, I guess, Azad, you want to go over and see Aisha up in
Mm-hmm.
Fiber V Tower?
Yep.
I will.
And potentially Lucent, I guess, but it's mostly Aisha.
Gradually
We're probably
being
not gonna find Lucen, but if you do, then let me know, so I
Yeah,
can go and
Just for
fucking
personal
kowtow.
reasons. I mean, it was just more so the fact of I'm just letting her know about the fucking we learned demon stuff. So
Yep, and you'll be able to go over. And in fact, as you go over, you are almost immediately like the most important person in the room. As, you know, not only you walk up to Aisha, but Piper walks up to you, and actually, like, everybody else in the room, except for maybe Cluin, also walks up to you. It's like this friendship circle. After, like, our man Piper kind of gestures to them. And Piper is, just going to ask you a quick question as, you thought you were having a conversation with Aisha.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe she did, maybe she didn't, as he looks at you and he asks, explain what I'm seeing right now.
I look around.
Don't look at them, look at me. What am I seeing right now? He's looking at you. He's not looking you in your eyes. He's looking like through you.
Someone looking for answers, I guess. I'm perplexed, to be honest.
Who do I want to answer this? Roll me a... who can? Eeny, meeny, miny. 3 people can. Roll me a 1d3.
What did he say? He said...
No.
What do I see?
Yeah, what am I looking at? And he's looking at you. And this is obviously serious.
Opportunity.
Roll the 1d3 real quick. 1 is Sarah, 2 is Nex, 3 is... Okay, 3 is our man Rahim. And Rahim is going to answer with that gentle accent. He means your aura.
What does my aura say? What?
Mr. Azad, it hurts to look at your... You crit fail, or you critted. Yeah, so they're a little concerned.
Oh, I'm just fucking ramped, is all. I'm fucking amped. The beast inside me, baby. I'll be like, listen, motherfuckers. I've had to catch up 3 motherfuckers tonight in 1 goddamn night. I don't give a fucking shit what any of this has to do with it. Hop off. Respectfully, sir. I say Piper.
Respectfully, Mr. Justin Carr, get the fuck out.
Yeah, respectfully, Piper. I've had a fucking rough night. Okay, I've had a rough night, real bad night. I've seen, fucking, in the span of a week, I've seen 2 fucking demons. I'm fucking, I'm out here fucking trying my best. All right, I'm a little stressed. All right.
I'm assuming you verbalize this as Azad in an Azad manner.
Oh yeah, in an Azad manner. Yeah, basically being like, I have committed a lot of my blood and time on figuring out this demon incursion, and I have paid the price upon my soul for such. I must atone. I am well aware.
Do you mention
Give me
it's not
time.
permanent? Yeah, you mentioned it's
Yes.
not permanent. I will...
Yeah.
That does not apply. While you are stationary and everybody surrounding you, he's going to punch you upside the head. And it is not a subdued...
Hold back when he's fine.
Yeah, but his hand is not on fire. He does not punch you with the Bernie hand.
Yeah.
And he stops at that. It's part putting you in your place, but it is also part wake-up call. As he turns and, again, doesn't set you on fire, does not order everyone to fuck you up. And, in fact, as he turns, everybody else gives you some breathing room. Not wanting to do anything more than that if they're not forced to. And he's going to say, fine. We'll revisit this after. But you can't be here. If the lady sees you, I will kill you. If she sees you like this.
I see. I invite you to my domain. Oh, does the fucking thing make them see that I'm an infernalist?
Yes. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I love when we read our abilities.
That's awesome. I didn't even realize. I'm tired. Okay.
You fucking goon. That's why I said it earlier.
That's okay. Yeah, he'll say, have one of your friends write it down, but leave.
No, I was gonna invite them over to my place.
Yes, yeah, have them write down a place that you are permitted and leave.
Oh God,
right
no!
now.
I'm gonna dream of fucking hell, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck. I just realized I'm in for a rude fucking awakening tonight. Well, all right. I guess I'll write my address down and then I'll just leave.
Yes, and Aisha will follow, and you can have that conversation. But I think I'll wrap it over.
I was gonna have I was actually wanted Piper to hop in as well because I think he would be
okay. Then
him and Aisha would be two individuals I want to talk to regarding the demon.
Then it will be put off because Piper can't do it right now, but Aisha will show up. It'll happen.
Oh, but Aisha first, yeah. That's fine.
Then I think that is where we will call it because.
Then I'm gonna hunt.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'd also like to hunt again.
Sure. I think Azad for you it's gonna be +1 difficulty because I know it's
difficulty 4. Big sad. You know what? I'm gonna even risk this. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, there we go.
very cool. Very nice. Getting us kicked off with the mechanical things. Boom critting on the Shamut one. Absolutely brain blast. What the fuck? Hello? I had those tucked away. Like, it might happen. It might not. He might messy crit it. He might not. Or he might opt to zealotry messy crit it. But the pure crit fucking just immediately fucking crazy. That was one I was holding in my back pocket and might actually be useful for later-ish, maybe. We'll see. But that one was one of my favorites.
I mean, Khan hitting like fucking 3 Mimos in one night, kind of crazy.
Difficulty 6 rolls. Like, I mean, where there's a will, there's a way.
And
Allah, help
the
me.
guided memories too have also been coming in clutch.
Yeah, they're cool.
Ah, man. We also had, just as one little mechanical throwaway, me rolling for Charles and getting all successes on finding where the spawning pool is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that is cool.
5 out of 5. Just lay it on the table.
Chris coming up with clairvoyance.
Yeah, that one is... I'd planned for it, but I'm like, I don't know. I might need to, like... I was originally, like, if Hudson was going to show up per the luck roll, I was going to have him suggest it, but Chris just came out with it. That one was really good.
Yeah.
Are you... I don't even think you really rolled today, John, did you?
No. No, I didn't.
But that's okay, because he's got shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I was
not much of a mechanical one today.
I was too intimidating for Oscar, dude. He just didn't want that smoke.
This is true.
I love Hudson just backing us up, by the way, just being like, you better give them the answers, otherwise you're gonna die.
They might hurt you.
He did not need to be a mystic to fucking figure that one out.
Oh man. The in-character stuff, like I mean, everything that went on, epic. I am interested to see where the spawning pool tie-ins take you. I think I mean, I don't know what it'll do for like your character interests and how that kind of twists how you feel about certain things and characters, but that's cool. I'll let you lay any of that on the table and anything that your character learned.
We have identified rats. The plot thickens.
I have identified.
Clear, taller.
Yep.
You're on the list.
There's a mummy.
There's also a mummy. What the fuck? He just
There's
came out and said that. He just was like, yeah, there's a mummy.
There's a giant snake. I mean, he already knew there was a demon, but now he knows there's another demon.
Yeah, he's just like, what is the meaning of this? Not, or this is ridiculous. Now there are two of them.
Getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
There we go.
That's illegal. Shoot her or something.
Meme on George Lucas, though. I will. That line I need to put in a fucking sound. That's a Dom quote.
What else have we learned? Who the fuck is Blue? No, I know who Blue is, I think. Pretty sure. Feel like it. But I don't remember if we know about Blue in this group.
If it's who
Blue
I think it is,
right?
yeah, you've heard the name. You haven't met them personally, but you know the name. Like Carrie's told you the story. That's a while back. That was like story 2 times.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've heard the name Guides Blue Jays, and you know that there is a Guides Blue Jays that is Carrie's child.
They had the Elysium one time? The native one.
Oh yeah, they've been at Elysium. It's just
We haven't actually talked to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never had the reason to.
So, I feel like that might be Blue, but I'm not sure.
it's also Al and
what was it, Henry?
yeah.
Who else? What else?
A potential compromisee in the new brood.
Yes.
Narrowing down the potential list of people who've interacted with the gangrel, and Penny's also having done the same. There is a Setite in the Anarch gangrel.
Oh, that's what he fucking meant. I thought he was just referring to the proles in general.
No, there's
An actual Setite just in the Anarch gangrel.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm calling him Ekron. Hey, Ring, fuck stick. What was that about being one of the good ones? Let's see. What else? Talked to Bobby, and we talked to Leolin, and then after that, that was Hen.
Ilamutrix, good
Yeah.
pal Shamut.
Yep, talked to Shamut. Then after that, we went and talked to Oskol, and
Yep.
yeah.
Full
So I
circle.
think we've kind of hit everything, right?
I agree. I think rounding out the session, solid, very nice. More things to come, but winding down the trail, finding this existential threat. Call it 2XP 278.
I did that 278. That brings me up to 30 XP. Still just holding on daily, my friends. Don't know what I want.
I don't know why you're holding on to all that.
I don't know what I want, dude.
Up your fucking attributes, up your skills.
I was debating getting fortitude, but I would need you to teach me.
Yeah, sure.
It's the time constraint that'd be the problem.
Yeah. That is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, the time constraint's gonna screw you for everything except for the disciplines and skills. More lore sheets, more advantages, you know.
Just buy tons of allies all at once.
Yeah.
Calling in the National Guard.
For Azad, I'm thinking the opposite. Activate your local cell. The Holy War calls to you, brothers. Answer now in the name of Allah.